eachother and sit down.
Hello, gang. Colin here, Festa 67's workshop, and Foxx, model making guru himself, and is it Guffle?
Guthom.
That's the very one.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
So, yeah, welcome to another Friday Frolic, and
Willkommen auf dem Frolic gefahrten. Ja, das ist richtig.
there you go, see, yeah, that and all, see. So, yeah, what possibly could go wrong, folks?
All the things.
Before I do the chat, I'll do the obligatory pimping and all of that lot, being that I've been a good boy and I'm on a roll.
You are.
So, folks, yeah, if you would like to help me support this channel and keep the content coming, you can do so on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop. Or you can click the join button below this or any of my other video content and become a channel member. That gives you access to the Zoom off-air 24/7 hangout. And you could also do the same with Foxykins by going onto his Patreon, Model Making Guru, and his channel and clicking his join button, because we do this as a joint venture. If you want to get our attention in the chat, you can at Festa67's workshop or at Model Making Guru. It's a git, isn't he? And if you want to be part of a really super cordial crowd, you can always hit the $sign, do yourself a super chat, and you get a bit of boxage with your comments in, and you get a bit of on-screen air guitar.
It's got a dirty bottom. Ooh.
And it all helps keep this channel alive and going. You can also buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/Festa67. All the details for all of that are all in the description below, as well as links to the Zoom 24/7 on YouTube and Patreon. So there you go, folks. Pimpage done.
Good girl.
I know, I've pimped it on the YouTubes as well. I've been really good today. So
If I knew how to do sewing, I'd sew his glasses on, but I can't.
absolutely, you can always get a rubber band of a plickiness and go round them little prongs and flick it round the back of his canister.
Rubber band, I'll keep jamming onto your face. What? No.
Sprue and Glue was in, says, I think I'm a tad early. Is the kettle on by chance? That was about 2 hours ago. He
Put
was
the
in.
kettle on!
Dave popped in there and said, hello, everyone. Have a good show.
Hello, Dave.
Which
Hello,
means he's
Dave.
off the bib. Catch you later,
Bye!
Dave. That's me saying hi, folks. Andy McClish is in, says, the angle of the dangle is 45 degrees spangle.
Spangle!
And I says to him, yeah, I might need to change the camera angle then. But apparently you need to change yours because no one wants to see your hairy legs.
People like my hairy legs.
Absolutely.
My hairy legs get compliments.
And he's
Honestly.
going, gentles and ladymen, your evening viewing will see Colin burn through some kit building. There will be Fox waffling and some sire appearance. Meanwhile, on BBC Two, it's political shenanigans. Yeah, we don't bother with none of that shite.
I've got a
do we?
flying dude. Sorry. Go away. I'm being attacked. Go away.
Oh,
Go
bless
away.
you. Retro Rabbit says, hi, everyone.
Hello.
You're saying girdly, erming burps, ladies. There you go. Andy's asking you, is it a straight or a herringbone girdle, Fox?
Ask William Shatner.
Yeah. Retro Rabbit says his turbo encapsulator's flam sprocket is out of alignment. That means I need to pull off the whole Sprongle drive case.
No, you need to look at the spurving bearing and make sure you've got the reciprocating dingle set correctly. Otherwise, your parametric fan will be out of alignment.
Paul says, nah, forget the BBC. Give me some fantastic Friday frolicking evening, Colin and Fox, and model kit wranglers everywhere. Hello, Paul. Hope you're doing all right, mate. Dan Kramer's in, says, yeah, it's Friday over at Geekery Labs. Hello, Dan. How you doing, mate? James says, I thought I could pull off total election phase conductor polarity inversion in my own. But, well, it's all garborked up. There you go. Paul Lewis says he's getting it in early.
Matron.
Belly, hot sausage roll, and on the bench, and closed for the evening beverage beer. Yes, folks.
Ooh.
What's in the belly? What's on the bench? What is your beverage of choice? And Fox has kept his receipt as well, folks.
I have a list of my dinner because I'd never remember what the hell it was otherwise.
Absolutely. Joel Grit says, hello, Colin, Fox, and all in chat.
Hey, Joel.
Carl is in from Making Models. Hello, Carl. Evening all. Can't hang about too long. Popped in to say hi and give me thumbs and make sure you're all behaving yourself. Yeah, we are, Carl. Carl, lovely to see you in, mate. Hope you're doing
Behaving
all right.
ourselves.
Dan says there's no fly guffaw. So, what's that? Just let out SBD. Bobbins is in saying hello.
Hey, Bobbins.
Old Marcus Brun's in with a €9.99 super chat. His air guitar's imminently coming on screen. He says, evening chat, popping in to say hi. Hope you all have a great stream. Thank you very, very, very much again, Marcus. Massively appreciate it, mate. And we'll catch up with you after the weekend in the 24/7, mate. What's Carl saying there? No point starting the job till you get yourself a real sprocket grommet washer. There you go. Dan Kramer says, and Marcus starts off the stream in a big way. Thank you very much. He does.
Big way, yeah. He's lovely, Marcus. He's
James
very
is
kind.
in, says, evening model making guru, Colin Foxx, all in chat, Festa hugs and Fox hugs.
Yeah.
Joel was saying hello to Marcus. So yes, folks, if you want to be like Marcus, there you go. That is a example of a super chat. All gets put good use.
Got on like super chat.
So, mate, what's in your belly, what's in your bench, Fox? Because
what's on my belly, what's on my bench?
I know you kept your receipt because you wanted to look all good and swangy, didn't you there, mate?
I did, but you can do yours first because I'm sweating just quietly.
I had hot, spicy chicken, ribs, onion barges, onion rings.
Fried onion rings.
What was it, spring rolls?
Well, you said tubes with things in, so I'm just guessing spring rolls.
It's these little pastry tube things with meat in. The missus was asleep, so I couldn't ask her what they were. But so, yeah, I had all of that washed down with a nice mug of Rosie Lee.
Ooh.
Job done. So, yeah.
Yeah. We had, Mama Fox had fish on a chip and a mush pea tonight for a dinner.
Oh, bless her.
It was blackmail for me making sure she didn't go to have snoozes. so I had myself a Lebanese, and I had, as well as it, I may have had a bottle of beer.
Oh, that's unlike you.
But it's only a bottle of Peroni, so
yeah,
only little. I had for a main course, I had some maklube.
Yeah.
With some sujok. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, and some pita breads.
Yeah.
A small bottle of beer. And for my dessert, I had some date bites, some mamoul walnuts, some halva, and some baloria kamalach.
Oh, nice.
So if anybody speaks Lebanese, the maklubech is basically rice and lamb and aubergine.
Oh, nice.
Enormous.
Sounded Klingon to me, mate.
Maklubech.
Yeah.
Kapla. I didn't have any gach, though.
Absolutely. Hugh's in. Hello, Hugh.
Hey, Hugh. And as is the way of my local Lebanese takeout, they gave me extra things by accident. They keep giving me, like, this time I got an extra rice and a portion of baklava.
Oh, nice.
No, portion of the savoury starters, the little round things that look like fat donuts.
Yeah.
Falafels, I think. I hadn't ordered them. I just accidentally got some extra falafels and some extra rice. It was quite nice.
Retro rabbit, belly, pulled pork, tacos, a buffalo chicken burrito. Bench, no bench this week. Wasn't feeling the hobby force too strong in the past few days. Good for you, mate. At the end of the day, if you've not got the mojo, stay away from the bench, isn't it?
There's something in the garden. Sorry, but there's something in my garden making very strange noises.
Oh, there you go. It might be a fox. Dan Kramer says, one of my other communities, gives a salute in chat to folks who give the super chat and the like. 07's a salute, so therefore salutes Marcus. Fair play, mate. Andy McLeish, belly, homemade sweet and sour chicken and fried rice with ash brown fries. Gets in.
Get you some of that, yeah, indeed.
James has got Alicia's homemade spag bowl. Nice. Ooh. Bench, Ravel 32nd scale P51 Mustang and a Lego medieval church ready for his stream tomorrow.
Ooh.
Good plug there, James. Bung a link in for the stream, mate. Feel free, it's no problem.
Kevin Stevens is in.
Cool.
Oh, I was going to say Kevin Stevens is in. Says, hi, Colin and Fox and all in Chatland.
Oh, mate. Hello, Kevin. How you doing, mate?
And Paul Lewis asks if Guthorm is a North Pacific Ocean puffin, Atlantic puffin, a North Atlantic Ocean puffin, or a cuddly toy. Guthorm is from Orkney.
Yeah.
So he's an Orcadian puffin, which I guess makes him North Atlantic, I guess.
Yeah, North Sea, isn't it? North Sea, North
Yes.
Atlantic. Yeah.
The noise I can hear in the garden, it's either...
Oh yeah, I can hear it.
Can you look up? Meow, meow. It's like
Yeah.
the tiny wee baby, tiny foxy babies,
Yeah.
which means there's a den nearby with a vixen and some kits. I think what are they called? The baby foxes. They're called cubs.
Kids in it.
No, cups. Cups. No, not cubs. Cubs. I think it's cubs. So it might be some baby foxes, or it could be the owl. We have a shouty owl,
Oh right, yeah.
but it's like a whoo. It's like a normal it's a tawny owl, but I didn't know it made little twiddly noises.
Yeah. Oh,
Can you hear
yeah, yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
It's like a meow meow meow. I don't know what it is.
Unless someone's got one of those really yappy chihuahua type dogs.
No,
I wouldn't
it's
have thought
no, it's not a dog sound. That's a
so. No,
wildlife
it's
sound. That.
definitely wildlife, mate.
Yeah, I think it might be tiny baby foxes.
Are you feeling all David Bellamy and David Attenborough?
Tiny baby creatures.
I'm going to go rummaging through the undergrowth. Andy McLeish
Let's
says...
go through the garden.
Andy McLeish says, Fox, that is an owl.
Yeah, we do have a tawny owl that sometimes in the garden you can hear it in the trees. It does sound like perhaps an owl, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because every summer we hear this tawny owl in the trees at the back.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's the one.
Go on.
I was going to say the tawny owl is the one that sounds like the typical woo kind of
Yeah.
owl. So
Yeah.
it could be a owl. We also have bats as well, which is brilliant. You don't hear them, obviously, but you see them.
Yeah. I like
skim a
seeing
book
a bit of wildlife around because,
Yeah.
it's nice, isn't it?
It's nice watching the bats because they move. They get so close to you if you stand in the garden that they whiz over you. You can hear them go over your head.
Yeah.
And you feel a little draft, and they're just whizzing around the garden. At
I
millions
find
miles
that
an
with
hour.
the conservatory because obviously where the light is on in it, you get a lot. You can see a lot of the wildlife flying over the glass roof, you know, and it's because they're inquisitive as to what the light is, you know. And it's surprising what you do see about, you know. You wouldn't think it in an urban environment, but
There was a fox in our garden a couple of months ago. I sat there and it was like sat in the garden. Just sat there sunning itself being hassled by a magpie, which was quite funny.
yeah, don't shoo them away at the end of the day.
Oh,
the
God, no,
wildlife,
no.
you know, they're only inquisitive.
There is a thing this month from the National Something or Other Foundation, which is not very helpful, I know, which is, in the UK at least, which is a thing to suggest that you leave your garden untouched for May.
Yeah,
I can't remember which, it's like the British Wildlife Trust or something, saying don't touch your garden in May.
yeah,
A, because you can't be arsed, and it's a good reason to not have to do it, but B, it encourages insects and wildlife.
yeah.
And they said if you just don't mow your grass and you have a garden that's ended up with like 1 billion dandelions in it, that's great because there's all the bees and the flies and the flying things that can pollinate them and that can drink, and then you get all the creatures in the long grass.
Yeah, they get
So
to
I was
their exploratory stuff, don't they?
Yeah, and as soon as I read don't do your garden in May, and here's a good reason, I'm like, brilliant, there you go, I'm not cutting the grass, bye.
Yeah.
That was my excuse.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
We used to have a lawn, but we've got a meadow at the moment. It's like, yeah.
We used to have a lawn, but then we buried all the in-laws, and
What am I
now it's
doing,
just
mate?
patio.
I'm
What are you doing
fettling-
tonight, mate?
I'm fettling with my old truck still, mate.
Ooh.
I've got most of it into its sub-assemblies. I'm now going round and just finalising any clean-up and everything, ready for it to be primed, mate.
Jolly good.
So,
I'm
yeah.
just continuing to work on my whatever it is.
Oh, yeah, you said that. You said that. You know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? Oh yes, yes. I'll put you full screen. Hang on. Oh no, you can put yourself full screen. I'll put you full screen. I'm there anyway.
Yeah, you know
I've done
what
it
I'm-
now.
You know what I'm doing? Do you remember last week we was on about X-Wings?
Mm-hmm.
I may have sent Fox this picture on May the 4th.
Oh,
We've got the beginnings of an X-Wing starting. Yes, folks. So, yeah, it can be done.
gold leader standing by.
So there you go, folks. So that's going to get repainted, the whole thing, but I'm just faffing about it. It was one, I think, when was May the 4th? Wednesday? Was it Wednesday, Thursday?
You need to know. You need to know. Put a jet engine on each wing, like on the next wing there.
Yeah,
on the
I
root of
just-
each wing.
I just sat there and thought, I wonder whether it'll work. And that was it. I raided the box, got the bits out and had a bit of a play. And then it was, I've done half of it. So straight away I sent Fox a picture and went, you know that X-Wing you was on about I should convert? Yeah, there you go.
You should get yourself a couple of crappy, or you get yourself a crappy Revell X-Wing fighter now to put a jet engine on the wings.
It's obviously very early stages at the moment, but I just wanted to see
awesome.
whether it could be done. So yeah,
whether it could be done. It's you doing it. Of course, it can be done.
Dan Kramer says that's sweet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very cool mashup. Yeah, it's just one of them, mate. Because the bodywork of that build I'm actually using to build something else anyway, so the wings were just going to sit there anyway, so put them to good use.
Andy McLeish says, after he said Fox, that's an owl, he says he has the same chirpy sound where he lives. I have farms around, so there's some barn owls about as well, as well as a lot of woodland. Yeah, I thought it might be possibly an owl or a baby foxy, but having said that, yeah, it is an owl. Which means the shouty owl will be back this summer. Yay.
Yeah.
Lives in the trees at the back.
Yeah, but it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of wildlife. Retro Rabbit says, the roast porg that Chewbacca attempts to eat in that movie couldn't look more like a plastic toy of a roast bird if they tried.
Yeah.
Andy McLeish gets bats doing laps of his head if he's out at night.
Yeah.
Kevin Stevens says, belly, beans on toast and plenty of coffee, bench, Academy 148 Sundown F4B.
Oh, nice.
Completed work on his ICM at 135 King Tiger. I'll start that again. He completed work on his ICM at 135th King Tiger and the Revell 132nd Mosquito. I can't give you a ding because I ain't got a thing. I guess I have.
Ding.
Hang on. Ding. Oh. It's a bit rubbish. Never mind.
Yeah, that was lame, wasn't it?
Well, hey, I'm not Ted.
No, only Ted can do the authoritative dings.
We said hello to Kevin Stevens, didn't we?
We did, yeah. Don't forget, Kev, tune into E-Models on Monday, mate. You'll get a ding off Tedwood.
JC Briggs and Bills puts a link in chat but doesn't actually say anything about it, so I don't know.
That's for his stream tomorrow.
Yeah, all right. Paul Lewis says he's got a good excuse for not doing the garden. I live in a first floor apartment, just saying.
Yeah, that might be a good excuse, mate. Unless you've got multiple window boxes, of course.
Andy McLeish says desk sproing, as in bunk. Colin, filth, love it.
Oh yeah, got a bit of filth, haven't you?
Rabbit spent most of yesterday weeding the front garden. Quite a few kilos of dandelions were pulled up. Yeah, but that's all. That's got rid of all the things that insects can eat and play with. You've ruined all the habitat for insects now. Think of all the bees and flying things that can't feed from those dandelions just because you think they're weeds. See, because us middle class people think they're weeds. I don't know. You've destroyed it. You've destroyed nature. The whole world's going to be extinct now. It's your fault. It's your fault.
Yeah, finger of shame. Finger of shame.
Why are bees becoming extinct because of Rabbit who pulled up all the dandelions? Dan Kramer says, I love that, Colin. Very cool mashup.
Cheers, mate.
Paul Lewis says to Rabbit, Master Weed Puller you.
That's sweet.
Dan has a new model to add to the stash that I may build in a decade or so. The Polar Lights 1144th Flying Saucer from another planet. Also known as the C-57D from Forbidden Planet without the branding. Joel says, belly chicken madras served on a bed of quinoa rice, onion bhajis, Peshwari naan and a stuffed protha thingy.
Oh, nice.
Bench is now a Tamiya 124th Porsche 911 Turbo 88, taking a break from the Skyline as I have an idea.
Oh.
Hang on, lads. I've got an idea.
I've got a cunning plan.
Rabbit says, oh no, the back garden is totally wild. There's lots of nature-friendly things back there. Okay, we'll let you off then. We'll let you off.
Yeah, mine is rather unkempt at the moment, but...
What about your garden?
Yeah, it is pretty wild out there.
It's a wildlife out there.
This is
jungle
the
out there.
Like I say, in the off-season, the blinds come down on the conservatory. And you kind of forget the garden's there, and then you have that awkward moment where you pull the blinds up and you're like... Holy moly, how long have I been living in the Amazon jungle?
No, unfortunately, every time I open the blinds on the patio window, I see the back garden, I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, that really is quite bad out there, so...
Doesn't help that we got an acer tree that's supposed to grow upwards and it's actually growing outwards and filling the entire width of the garden, which makes going past it really hard when I've got to cut the grass, but never mind.
Yeah.
La 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 la.
Always the way, mate, isn't it? It's a conspiracy, Fox. That's what it is. It's a conspiracy against
You're
us.
a conspiracy.
Absolutely, mate.
You're made of conspiracies.
I've
got a choice between
ultimate conspiracy.
I've got a choice between a gunner turret between the two tailplanes or a cool louvered grill. And the cool louvered grill looks kick-ass, but I can't really turn down the idea of an extra gun on the back.
Put both on them.
No, because the gun needs a different thing to go on with the... Fudge. Oh well. One must make the sacrifice.
See, I don't have options. I just glue it all on.
Well, if I put the gun turret on, it would get rid of most of the louvered part of the louvered option, so...
Yeah.
At least I get to my big, dirty, great supercharger on the front, so it's not all bad.
Oh, absolutely.
So I want part number 53. Dial Fumtig.
He says, have the guns coming out of the grill.
No, you'd lose most of the grill. And I'd have to cut a circle out, and that's just not going to happen, is it? Come on.
Yeah, actually, yeah. You've got a valid point there, mate.
Don't be silly now. Don't be silly now.
Yeah, but we was giving you the benefit of the doubt after all that you had with your kit bashing last week. We was...
That was little bits of... Oh, must get me plastic card. That was little bits of plastic card, not actually kit bashing.
Yeah.
See, that's the awesome thing with the grill on it.
Oh, right, yeah.
The louvered grill with that, but you'd have to cover most of that up because the alternative is that one, you see.
Yeah.
So you'd lose all of that. I don't like the big intake on the back now, I have to be honest with you. Not that keen on it. Doesn't float one's boat quite as much. So I want 53. If I must.
If you must.
Fascists.
I don't know what I put on the back.
About 18 different things, probably.
Yeah, no, it had a big grill and big exhausts.
I knew a girl like that once. Hey! Oh God, I didn't know.
I am pretty amazed that did actually go in like that. It was like, yeah.
I beg your pardon?
Surprised
I beg your
myself.
pardon? Yeah, I knew
yeah,
a girl like that as well.
The Greebles box will be coming out because I have various bits of engine and stuff. So.
Get your Greebles out! I mean, how can you not put a supercharger on when you get a big shonking, like, intake grill like that? Come on.
Exactly. I mean, how many
Look
people...
at that. Look at that.
Yeah, how many people have kept that in their Greebles box? And it's like, why?
The only reason to keep that in the Greebles box is because you're going to make a land speeder and you're going to put an extra intake on the bonnet. I mean, like a land speeder, like a Star Wars land speeder, not like a... Yeah, I did that once. I made a Star Wars land speeder, and what I did was I took an Italeri 124th truck refrigeration unit.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like, you know, the big air conditioning thing that goes on the top of the cab.
Yeah.
And I stuck that on the bonnet as a big supercharger.
Oh, cool.
And I used bits of a tank to make a gear shift lever and stuff. You would have been proud. It's that one I did on Desert Landscape. You would have been proud.
Yeah, mate, I'm always proud of you, mate. Always proud of you.
I'm filling up.
He is as well. He is welling up, I can tell.
Right, what am I doing with this? I've got to attack. Okay, that's got to go on there, but then it's got tent, so I'm going to... Yeah, let's not... Beep, 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 beep. I think I'll get all the bits together and do them all in one go for that one.
Dan says, I'd love to see Colin's Greeble collection sometime. What I'll do, mate, is when I bring all my Greebles boxes back in here, on one of the Frolics, I'll unload on the bench, mate.
They were steady berries.
That sounded so wrong.
No. Whoa. No, la. Thank God this isn't the Sunday show. Whoa.
That really didn't come out well, did it?
No.
I will... oh, God. I will display
Get
the
your box
Greebles box contents on the bench for you to peruse, Dan. That sounded so wrong.
Ew. Filthy, dirty heathen.
Yeah. How long have we been going? That took all of 25 minutes before the tone was irreparably lowered.
Moments we've been going. That's not A35. What?
Retro says, I waited on a list for over a year to buy an Orpheus sound card for his Retro PC, and it's 100% not compatible. At least they're letting me return, but I'm still sad about it. There are, Dan. There's quite a lot. I have a Baneblade box full up with greebles and several bags of Warhammer greebles, mate. And I'm going to sit and get everything off the sprues, bag them as figures, bits of machinery and stuff like that, mate. So
I did that once. Went through all my sprues and got all the bits off. After about half an hour, you get really bored.
yeah, it sounds a good idea, but whether or not it actually comes to fruition.
Yeah. Anybody building the was bomb dang bomb dam bokadaka jokating chikating chikatikitavi. As another misnumbering in the instructions, it says that part to make the split tail plane is A35. It's not, it's A32. Because A35 is one of those little pieces there.
And how annoying is that?
Yeah. Anybody not paying attention will suddenly have one tail plane that long and one that long. Like, well, that doesn't seem right.
So that's that. I can now carry on sanding the engine.
A26 and A28. A26 and A28.
I'm still at that stage with this build where I'm analysing what can be added to it.
Yeah, you're mentally fettling as you're fettling in real life.
Yeah, and this is where the Greebles box will come back into play.
That's not A... Is it? Where's... Wow, it's confusing.
He says his bid sort is a movie marathon type of situation, but getting something done is satisfying. Absolutely. Dan says he uses pencil boxes to organise mine. He gets them for $1 each back at school time.
Cool.
Paul Lewis says Colin's getting his greeblies out. Not an image he wants to dwell on, thanks. It's burned on your retinas.
Something's burned. I was going to say something. What was I going to say? I was going to say something, and the thing I was going to say was... I can't remember.
Well, you've been building Hobby Zone this week, mate, haven't you?
I've been building some Hobby Zone drawers today, yes, and yesterday. Well, I built them yesterday and let the glue set overnight. Yeah. Some of those newfangled tilting drawers. Yeah. I asked James at eModels.co.uk, your one-stop shop for e-model making, needs to get me some in, because they didn't have any in stock. So we ordered me. I got 4 of those. I'll tell you what, building multiples of Hobby Zone units, it's like doing it's like you get the weapons fatigue that you get on Gunpla. Yeah. Once you've done like one set of 3 drawers, and you're like, I've got 3 more to do. Oh.
Building Hobby Zone is like making love to a beautiful woman.
Without the woman or the love making.
Yeah. It's just, no, it's just stickiness. Yeah.
It's just sticky and a lot less messy.
Yeah. Still sounded so wrong, didn't it? Oh,
yep.
Dear. But hey, yeah, I must admit, building Hobby Zone is real fun, I must admit.
It is, unless you've got 4 of something to build the same, because then it does get a bit... It is like Gunpla weapons. You're like, I've built 3 of these now and I'm really bored.
Yeah. Retro says, put the mouse back in the house, he said. This is a family live stream. Yeah.
Easy now. Don't mess with the house of mouse.
Absolutely. Yeah. We got bits of nosage going on there.
Nosage? What's nosage?
Nitrous oxide. Nos.
Oh, right. I was like, what?
Yeah, nosage.
Nosage. Oh. I hate when they put a nub right between 2 like metal spikes and you can't quite get normal human nippers in there.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to fettle around to get rid of them now.
Dan Kramer says, yeah, we're all family. A demented one, but family all the same.
Yep. It's a family show.
Yeah, we are a bit demented, mate.
It's a family show. There's all headshots and
nothing wrong with that, though.
Violence. Alcohol. I'm not going to use my black squishy mat tonight. I'm just going to do it sand and stuff on the instructions, because then I can tip all the rubbish away. It's much easier. Why have I got the Postman Pat theme in my head? What the hell? Where in the name of Munchies has that just come from?
I don't know why you've got the Postman Pat tune in your head, mate.
I've no idea. What? I don't understand that at all. I may be slightly scared now.
Bless you.
But now you've got it in your head as well.
I actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like really? Damn you and your earworms.
Yeah, my experiment worked. It's like panspermia, but with music.
I'll have both of those.
Sperm. I love that word. Such a great word.
Oh, yeah.
Not the kind of word you can shout out loud in a library without reason, but...
No, but wouldn't it be fun doing so, just to see how many people look up?
I did a dirty great big trump by accident in Manchester Central Library once.
Yeah.
And if you've never been to Manchester Central Library, if you go into the centre part, there's like this big... it's like St Paul's... Well, it's like a big circular, like... It's like St Paul's Cathedral, but you walk in the middle and like you can hear somebody whispering 100 feet away.
Yeah, yeah.
So I did this big massive trump, and it was like the guy trumping over the supermarket PA system.
Yeah.
It was a bit like that. It was most impressive.
Of course, you're sitting there greasing up and no one else is batting an eyelid. It's like...
The thing is, you can't tell where it came from. It just echoes round. It's like the whispering gallery. Is it St Paul's that's got the whispering gallery?
St Paul's Cathedral, yeah. The whispering
it's
gallery,
like that.
Yeah, that is really quite surreal, that is. In case people don't know what we're on about, in St Paul's Cathedral, there's just over where the, what do they call that thing?
Big dome.
No, not the big dome, the bit where all the blokes in the dresses stand.
Ah, no, it's religious. I don't know about religious.
Yeah, the bit, the bit where they stand and chat to you anyway.
Church.
Yeah, when you go up into the dome, there's a big bench that goes right round the dome, and if you sit one side and whisper something, whoever sat the other side can hear you crystal clear, as if you were sat right next to them, whispering in their ear.
Which reminds me.
Quite uncanny when you try it.
Which reminds me.
Yeah.
I didn't set an alarm, did I?
That's all right, mate. I've got my alarm of goodness set, mate.
I shall set it for an hour and a half. Do you have snacks to hand?
I literally had my big plate of grub before the show, mate.
Good. You've got your Jelly babies, haven't you, there, if you need them?
Yeah.
You've got your juice there, I can see it.
I have, mate.
Have you pooped?
Yes, actually, I have.
Good girl. I haven't pooped.
Yeah.
Just by the way, we don't know where Si is at the moment. We have sent Si a message in case anybody's wondering where Si Reynolds is. We haven't heard from him today, so we don't know where he is. Yeah. He's probably, most likely, he's stuck with the in-laws again.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, he has our deepest sympathies.
Absolutely.
Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Vater et Filius.
And of course, he'll be getting mocked mercilessly as well.
Of course. Oh, hang on. Woot! I totally forgot it's Friday. I would have done, but the missus is already gonzo. Okay, so basically, he's a simpleton.
Don't hold back, Fox.
Is what he's saying. He forgot it was Friday.
Yeah. See the calendar on your phone. See where it says Friday.
I shall just put Si in chat. In the chat where we hang out and do chat things.
Yeah.
Let me type the word Si and really like.
Yeah. Are you giving him a sigh?
How do you spell an eye roll?
I think there's an emoji for it.
Yeah, no, without doing an emoji.
I don't know, mate.
I'm trying to do this. My keyboard's being weird again. What is wrong with this keyboard? I don't know what's going on here. It's
Dan
not right.
says, yeah, all is normal, so glad he's fine. Absolutely, mate. Yeah. But Si would do the same to us too. He would mock us both mercilessly at every
I think these
opportunity.
batteries are rubbish. I think these batteries are no good. No, but I shall turn off the keyboard. Das ist nicht wichtig.
Yeah, we all keep an eye on each other. We have our off-air chat group that we're in, and we can just keep each other going.
I've just put sigh, you are rubbish, as in sigh, as in deep sigh.
Yeah.
Embarrassed sigh.
Do we have to issue him the finger of shame?
Yeah, I think it's mandatory. not joining the stream because you forgot.
Shame.
I mean, that's like not coming to Warhammer World because you had to go to London to buy Pokemon for the missus.
Yeah.
To buy a Pikachu.
Look at the finger of the shame. Look at it. Look at it.
He won't be watching. He won't be watching.
Look at it, Si. Look at it. Bless him. So that means we get to mock him mercilessly when we next see him.
Hang on, that's normal, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not far wrong there, mate.
Dan Kramer says, Si isn't here, we don't need the poop talk. That's where you're wrong, I'm afraid.
Yeah, this is us two idiots, mate.
Yeah. You always need the poop talk.
That went under there. That went under there.
Don't forget, folks, if you're watching this, we've got the live chat in front of us. So if you want to hang out with the cool kids, come and join the live chat. If you're watching this embedded somewhere, like Twitter or Facebook, don't just sit there in silence like a chump. Come and join the live chat. Click on the YouTube icon that's in the bottom right-hand corner of the video player.
Absolutely.
And you'll be magically transported to YouTube, funnily enough, where you can continue watching your two favourite morons, but also you can join in the live chat. And you can ask us amazing questions. And for the love of dog, please ask us things, because we need stuff to talk about. Si's not here to mock, so we need you guys to give us things to talk about. So come on.
Otherwise, we'll just start rambling, won't we, mate?
Yeah, I'll start talking about, like, I don't know, twigs or something.
Twigs. You're a twig.
You're made of twigs. Twig! Oh, rearrange me sanding stick things. Now I need to go halfway across the room to get the... Oh, God damn it.
Serves you right.
I know, trust me for trying to be efficient and neat.
Dan Kramer says, I'm glad all you guys have that. It's so important to have the support. Absolutely, mate. There's times where I'm wavering, mate, without being too gushy, without Fox and Si's input and support. Yeah.
Gushy, you mean like in Quantum Leap?
Yeah, which normally involves me getting nagged and my arse kicked, but sometimes you need that.
Sometimes I need to kick Colin's arse to feel like I actually was worth getting up.
Yeah.
Sometimes it makes my day.
It's good because we all know what it's like. Yeah.
Sometimes just mocking Colin mercilessly and kicking him up the arse is all I have looked forward to in the day.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, so please do ask us questions and things, or give us stuff to talk about, because, you know, please just do it.
Yeah.
Because what you might not realise is it's actually about 1,000 degrees here and in Colin's room as well. And we're all struggling a bit because Colin's basically in a swimsuit. And once I've put Mama Fox to bed, I shall be reducing myself down to just Grundy punts. So it's that warm.
Yeah. Believe you me, you'll be glad the camera's pointing at me bench.
Yeah.
It ain't a good look.
I'll be dropping down to just skivvies once the Mama Fox has gone to bed.
Oh yeah.
But right, screw that. Everything off.
Mate, I've done a live stream before, mate. Start.
Have you?
Yeah,
have you?
because I've been absolutely boiling, and I've just
one of you. One of your Sundays with one of your Sunday with Dave, where you're on camera.
No, it was a frolic.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I'll say I just whipped off the undercrackers. I'm like, oh, that's better. I'm a bit cooler now. And honestly, I've never paid so much attention to the angle of this camera.
Where your camera is.
Yeah.
I've been tempted, but
yeah,
it's kind of minging on your chair at the end of the day. I can't really put an office chair in the washing machine.
Yeah, I sat on a towel.
I've got a towel. Well, I've got my orthopedic butt cushion, which is quite comfortable. It's like shiny plastic, so I've not plastic, but you know what I mean.
Oh no,
like,
that's got a cover on it, the cushion.
Yeah,
I've
got a towel on top of mine.
But yeah, it has been done. I think that was in the height of last year's heat wave. It was so hot. I'm like, do you know something? I can't. Yeah. And my missus, when she came in, the way she just looked at me, she went, no. I went, yeah.
I'm on the internet naked.
And when she got home the following morning, she went, wow, you was brave. I went, mate, I tightened up every adjustment lever on this boom arm. There's no way it was moving.
Yeah.
But yeah. it does get a bit warm.
There's no way this is moving, he says, just before the scandal erupted.
Yeah. Oh,
There's no way that there'll be anybody taking pictures, said Mr. Portillo.
Yeah.
Perfumo, sorry, not Portillo, Perfumo, that's that.
Perfumo, yeah, Christine Keeler, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way anybody's going to come in here with a camera, said Mr. Perfumo. No, we don't need
Dan
bulletproof
says, now
glass.
the truth comes out. Apparently, so does everyone else. Yeah. Yeah. Needs must sometimes, Dan.
You have to remember that it's not a normal situation when we're doing live streams, because ultimately we're sat here. I mean, in my case, for example, I mean, and keep in mind whatever I say, it's worse for Colin because he's got a boiler in there with him as well.
Yeah, boiler, a tropical fish tank and a server.
Yeah, so at some point, like, you know, H gets up and gets to have a shower to go to work, so the heating goes on. So, but anyway, for me, it's like, unfortunately, my house is my house. This room is upstairs.
Yes,
which means it always gets warm, and it's when I'm doing a live stream, I've got the camera, I've got all the lights on.
Yeah.
And they are LEDs, but they still give off some heat.
Yes.
I've got all the lights on, which is a load of heat. I've got the computer on, which is usually running a bit warm because it's trying to do streaming. And it's just like, oh, and I've got a window that opens like that, about that far.
Yeah.
Like a tall one, portrait, so I can't really get a lot of air going out. So, yeah. So yeah, when it gets hot in this room, then you turn all the lights on. It's not good. That's why sometimes in the summertime, when I was doing my gaming stream, sometimes in the summer I'd have to just not do a game stream.
Yeah.
Because it'd be like 1,000 degrees in here, and it'd be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd be like, I can't turn the Xbox on and have the computer on as well and stream.
Yeah.
I'm just going to die.
Paul Lewis says, I know it's only May, but are either of you going to Telford in November?
No.
No, mate. I'm housebound, so for me to travel is a monumental ball ache of, you know, getting a wheelchair out. And for me to be in a massive hall full of people, it's just going to be too much strain. So
Yep.
it's one of them. If I want to buy a kit, I can buy it online, mate. So I spend all that money on hotels and getting stressed with travelling when,
Yeah. I'd like to go, but unfortunately there'd be no one here to look after Mama Fox. So.
yeah. So
Plus, it's also that time of year, and I've got to save up for things like my MOT and things like that.
yeah.
So,
So no,
yeah.
it's one of those things. Part of me would like to go at some point, but when I hear reviews and things, you know, it's literally a room full of model kits that I could buy online anyway. And
yeah, it's a room full of other people's bills and stalls selling model kits. There are some good stalls there where you can find stuff you wouldn't normally find.
yeah,
You know, it's fun to go. It's a good place to go, but
yeah,
I just can't because I don't like driving on the motorway. So whenever I've been before, it's because somebody else has driven, which is always nice.
yeah.
And B is another reason that I can't remember what I was about to say. There's no one here to look after Mama Fox. So.
Exactly.
Now, if it was Warhammer World, I'd just send Mama Fox off to the orphanage for a day or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd dump her in a care home and pretend she was a resident.
Well, that's it. I mean, we'd all planned on that, but again, what with the Velociraptor and, dare I say it, the strain of travelling, you've got the same with Mum, you know. So, yeah, we'd like to do it, but in reality, yeah, it's just so problematic, isn't it?
Well, you know, hopefully at some point there'll be a point where I can leave Mama Fox on her own, but for a day. But at the minute, it's not happening.
No, I'd rather not risk it, mate, because none of us would forgive ourselves, mate.
Well, it's not so much that she'll just sit there and not get out of bed all day and then not make herself bruise. So
Yeah.
because she's a terror.
Oh, absolutely. Dan Kramer says, I do enjoy the videos of people that have been to the shows because the work on display is stunning. Absolutely, mate. And fair play. But again, we don't build for competition, do we? So
No.
probably just as well for me.
And the thing is, most of the thing you see is most of the stuff you see. You get all the competition entries, which is quite nice, but then most of the stuff you see is all these like local groups with their tables of models, and they're all like unweathered Spitfires. It's like, Here is the Spitfire I painted with just the flat colours and no weathering at all. Or panel shading or panel lining or any kind of shading or anything. So you just brushed on the Humbrol paint then. Yes, I did that. Brilliant, thanks.
Yeah, like and subscribe.
Very impressive. Yeah. Here is a table full of Spitfires made in 1978. Yeah. No, you do get some good stuff there. But I tend to come away with like going, oh, all the really badly painted stuff and hating all the good painted stuff. So I joke. No, they're all right, but it's basically just a big market. It's like a big boot sale, basically.
Pretty much.
If you're meeting up with people, it's a good thing. If you're just going on your own, once you've walked around for 10 minutes and spent a few quid on one or two of the stalls, you've seen everything.
But again, most of us have got webcams and hangouts and stuff like that, so we interact with each other that way anyway. So
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's like unless you're meeting up with people, or you're doing something at the show, then it's really just a glorified car boot sale.
Pretty much.
Once you wandered around once and bought a couple of old night vintage kits from any kit for £1 stall, you've kind of done everything.
Yeah, it's
which for a 2-hour drive for me is like, well, I could have just.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's going to be travel up one day, hotel, the cost of that, then short travel down. Yeah. But what I'm going to get out of it, for me, it's just not worth the stress. But
if you're meeting up with people, then it's travel down there, have a good day at the show, go to the hotel and get absolutely rat-arsed.
Yeah.
At night, and then the next day you go and look at all the same stuff again.
Yeah.
So at least if you're going with people, you can hang out a little bit. What the hell am I doing with this now? Let me see. That's what I'm saying. If you're meeting up, it's good.
Yeah.
If you're just going by yourself, there's nah.
Yeah.
I don't like driving on the motorway, so I'm naturally averse to such things.
It's, if you've been there once, you've been there.
If you're going specifically for, say, the competition, like you're going to see all the entries and see who's won, then yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I get as much enjoyment out of watching other people's videos of it, and it's like, yeah, that was busy. So glad I didn't go.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, it takes me a day just to recover from the travelling.
Yes.
It's just like. And not only that, I wouldn't have HB care. It's not fair on other people to sort of have to keep an eye out on me. But
no,
it's better all round.
Yes.
Edward Leonard's in. Squishy alert. How you doing, Edward? Lovely to see you in, mate.
Yeah. Hello, buddy.
Hope everything's all right in Edward Towers, because
Squish King is in the building.
I know, the Squish God.
King of the Squish. That's interesting.
See, now that reckons that has sod all on its arrows. Well, that looks a bit boring to me.
Huh, you glued this tailplane to the root of the tailplane, but it's not exactly a flush fit, so it's got a bit of play in it.
Yeah.
So you've got to be careful and then eventually somehow make sure that they both have the same angle of dangle on them. So I've got to do the other one now before I glue the other bit together.
Yeah, you don't want to have issues with your angle or your dangle, mate.
You've got to make sure they're both at the same camber, which is
absolutely
unusual.
Yeah.
We had any questions in the chat? God, where's Simon when you need him? Good God, man. I don't know.
Sorry, mate.
No. I mean, as in Simon does our reading for us because we're rubbish at it.
I know, he's useless.
I got told the dish was empty. Hang on. Rabbit said, I got told the dish was empty with a cute squeaky half meow. I much prefer that over the 3-hour opera of the cat who saw the bottom of the dish.
Okay.
Okay. That was kind of out of context. Rabbit asks if you're branching into only scams for more saucy model building. I assume means only fans, yeah. Saucy model building.
Absolutely. 0898. Yeah.
Did you know that at least a few years ago, as far as I was told, led to believe, many German, in the old days, like sex hotlines,
Yeah.
before the internet was the big thing. In Germany, apparently, a lot of the sexy times hotlines were like 868686.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Because that's XX.
Oh, right.
So when you, I was told this apparently. Wait, I've just cut this off. I don't even need that. Why did I cut that off? I don't even know why I cut that off. I'll need it later, but not now. So I've been told anyway.
Everyone's saying hello there to Edward Leonard.
Hello,
How you
Edward
been,
Leonard.
Edward, mate? Yeah, I got your message the other day, mate. Cheers for that. I will keep an eye out, buddy. Massive thank yous.
Oh, sniffles.
You got sniffles again, mate?
Well, the lights are on and the glasses have got the lenses on them.
Yeah.
I think part of it is the weight of the lenses pushing my glasses down onto my nostrils, and if you push my nostrils together, I get, ooh.
Have you not thought of getting yourself some of them nasal plasters?
No, it's just the glasses slip down with the weight of the lenses. They slip down my nose.
Oh,
And
right.
They push and it pushes my nostrils together a bit. And if you push my nostrils in, they kind of get a bit sticky and liquidy.
Oh, lammerkins.
It's because I've got rubbish eyesight.
Because you're so fragile.
I'm such a delicate flower. That's what it is. I'm a princess, and you know it.
Absolutely. Wouldn't have you any other way, mate. It's what makes you you.
Yeah.
Dan saying, I wish I miss even doing regular conventions. For a while he went to Gen Con every year, RPG and tabletop game convention. It was glorious. 60,000 plus nerds geeking it out for a 4-day weekend. Oh, that sounds so cool.
I bet you really came back with, especially if it's like 60,000 nerds. Just think of the con crud you'd come back with, the convention crud. Or
yeah.
basically you come back with some kind of illness and sickness. Do. I'm going to Telford less for the show, really, says Paul Lewis. More to meet up with online model building friends who may want to get drunk a lot as well. Well, that's the thing. So if you're meeting up with buddies and if you're staying overnight, you can go to the hotel bar and get absolutely sponged. The weird thing for me, it was like the IPMS show was always the week after Waxstock.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I used to work Waxstock because when we used to do our detailing, we used to sell detailing stuff. Waxstock was all the detailing and car tuning stuff. So basically I'd spend like 3 days at Telford Exhibition Centre working my arse off, including, a day getting ready and stocking up the van, 2 or 3 days at the show, or a day at the show, I can't remember now, sometimes it was a couple of days, and then a day packing it all up and all that kind of, that was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And then the next week I'd be coming back on my own time just to go to the model show, because it was always like the week after, back in the day.
Back in olden days.
Back in the olden times. And I couldn't go to Telford for a while because I get flashbacks to work in the detailing shows and go, oh God, no, we don't want to go back.
Yeah, don't want to go there anymore.
The shows were fine. It was basically just 2 days of working a stall selling stuff to chuds.
Yeah.
Who wanted everything as cheap as possible because it was a show, and my feet kill me, and
How many times did you hear discount for cash?
or no, they'd always like, what's your best price? This is the one that's marked, the mark was marked down, mate.
Yeah, one on that.
You
bit
do me a
of cardboard.
discount? You doing a discount for the show? Yeah, that's the price it's marked as. Buy it.
Yeah.
And it was always like at the end of the last day, you get these people come around. How much for a bucket, mate? It's got a price sticker on it. There you go.
Yeah.
But the real pain in the bum that I used to get flashbacks was having to pack it all up and lug it back to the van.
Yeah.
Oh God! Especially when you've got like 105 litre things of shampoo, or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Snow foam, and you'd be like, I've got to pack all these up now. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, you would look around just seeing the amount of stuff that maybe not selling, and you're like, I thought that lot would sell. I mean, he's got to carry it all back now.
I've got to hoof all this back to the van now. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this by that point, I kind of fallen foul of the job. So.
Yeah, I don't miss none of that. Yes,
No.
mate.
And then when we stopped doing retail and we started just doing detailing, then we hooked up with the company who was doing their own retail, and we ended up doing the same thing again just for them. It's like, oh god, I thought we got out doing this show every. So we were still lugging stuff around it, even though we were just detailers by that point. We were kind of friends with this retail company, so we helped them out. And it's like, oh, fudge. I shall not name names. It's still a company that exists, a retail company that exists. If you know your detailing supplies, you may have come across, if you're in the UK, you may have bought things from them. They were good people. But yeah, after doing the shows for a few years, it's like, oh, I don't have to do this anymore. Yay! Oh,
Yeah,
wait, no.
the novelty soon wears off, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's not like, you go to the show and you sit there looking at all the nice cars for 2 days, because A, I didn't care about the cars anyway, because I'm not into cars. And B, I was too busy manning the stall for 2 days.
Oh, she was proper had enough by then.
Yeah, and especially when, for the worst thing was the way we did our stock. We couldn't just we didn't have, because we were a small retailer. There's various reasons that we didn't do barcoding on products, so we didn't do our stock inventory by barcoding. So we had to keep a log of everything we sold, and we had to do a stock take before we went up.
Yeah.
And then we had to do a stock take when we came back. And a stock take is like a good couple of days' work.
Yeah.
We've got tens of thousands of products. And it's like, oh, so when I talk to the guys at eModels and they're like, why don't you do shows? And somebody says to them, why don't you do shows? And I'm thinking, I know exactly why they don't do shows, because you'd have to do a massive stock take before and afterwards.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then, the other thing was, of course, our actual bricks and mortar store was still open.
Yeah.
So we'd take all this stuff to the show, and then the poor bugger left in the store would be like, oh, I've got 3 of them in stock. Oh, wait, no, I haven't.
Yeah, they're all at the show, yeah.
Yeah, and they'd be like, oh. So it just became an absolute nightmare.
No, I totally get their decision. For me, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Well, I've spoken to the e-models guys before, and for them it's a case of they don't really see it as being worth the expense, because you have to pay for the stall. It's not free.
Absolutely, and that ain't cheap, is it? Let's be honest.
It's not worth the expense, and even if it was, it's just too much work. It really is too much. All the stock taking you've got to do before and after is an absolute nightmare. If anyone's ever done that out there, you'll know exactly what it's like.
Yeah. Dare I say it, for the amount of money you take at the show, it's especially with online retail been like it is, I often wonder how viable these model shows can be.
Oh, they are.
Because
I suppose,
if you want to buy a model kit, you're going to buy it online, most of us.
Yeah, but the thing is, how many model stores online have really shitty 1998 websites?
Oh,
I can think of at least, I'm not going to mention names obviously right now, but I can think of at least 3 off the top of my head that have really, really crap websites designed in 1998. My local model shop, which has been around for like 50 years, has got the worst. It's basically just a list. It's like, what?
Yeah.
I actually came across a model shop, an online model shop. I kid you not. I will mention no names. It was an online model shop, and it was literally, you couldn't buy anything because it was a case of choose what you want and then print out this thing and send it to us. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no online basket. You have to print it out and send it to us.
Yeah.
What?
It's like, yeah, right.
You do know how the internet works since 1998. Like, how this isn't how online retail works. It was literally fill out this form, print it off, and basically you post it in your basket, and it would just say, right, here's the form, print it off, post it to us.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how they actually managed to make any money.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's some bad.
Yeah, I can think of a couple of websites that spring to mind.
Mm-hmm.
One of them's so bad it's laughable.
Oh yeah. Don't know why I made that noise.
No, I tend to go in. We're probably on about the same one, but I tend to go in there just to see how many things out of 10 search items I can actually locate on the website.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear the shouty owl.
Yeah.
It's making actual shouty owl noises now.
Oh, it's probably going Twitter. What? Is it?
It's making proper BBC sound effects. BBC sound effect discs. See, I know what I'm talking about. Used to be able to buy a CD of BBC sound effects.
That's
many
right,
years
yeah.
ago. I have such collections. Right, I need another piece for this now. What the hell is going on with this bit? Oh, I see. Right. Okay, so I need that bit, which is A25. Oh, A25. This is a bit fiddly, this bit.
Stratus is in. Stratus Strong saying hello. Hello, mate.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
G'day, bro. Is it Stratus that's Australian?
Yeah.
G'day, bro.
How you doing, buddy?
I don't know why, but in my memory, I know it's probably wrong, but for some reason I have this memory that Stratus Strong lives on a ranch and has a blue heeler, but I don't know why. He probably doesn't. He probably lives like in Melbourne or somewhere and has like a patio. I don't know. For some reason, I got this impression that you got a really rural location. You've got a blue heeler dog, and I'm just making it up now. I don't know.
Hey, mate, sounds plausible to me.
If you haven't, you should probably get one,
Okay.
or a Kelpie, maybe Kelpie. That's another Australian dog breed. Hey, I tell you what, I'm not going to do politics, but you can tell it's election season here in the UK.
Yeah.
Do you know how?
Well,
Because that great British tradition on the BBC News website appeared yesterday. This year's fine example of dogs at polling stations.
oh no.
Yep, they do it every year. They have an entire news section dedicated to photographs of dogs at polling stations.
Yeah.
That's how you know. It is officially election season because we've got photographs of dogs, and they're all adorable dogs. Let's not mince words. They were all cool.
Us Brits really do need to get out a lot more, don't we?
Yeah, dogs at polling stations. But that's as far as I'm going to go with that conversation. And what am I doing with this now? This is a little bit fiddly, this. Got to get that on there somehow, and then that on the other one, and then somehow make it all fit together. What you talking about, Willis? Ain't making no sense. I ain't getting on a plane, fool. It's nicht richtig. Why don't I put that bit on there first? And then that will lock into there. Ah, now we're cooking with gas. Tell you what, Games Workshop, why don't I completely ignore your build order and do it my own way?
Stratus Strong's laughing out loud. He says he lives in the heart of Sydney.
Yeah, that's pretty rural. Maybe. It's not really. You mean you've not even got a ute? God damn it. How can you be Australian and not have a ute and a
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it's a stable,
blue heeler?
stable Australian vehicle, that, isn't it? A ute.
That's like an American say they've not got a pickup truck. Or truck nuts. I don't know why. Every time I meet somebody Australian, I always expect them to live like in a more rural location, like I'm watching like Flying Doctors or something, or you know, and they're always got like, you know, that kind of working Australian working dog.
I'm just going down to get a paper, and you see them a week later because the paper shop's 2,000 miles away.
Yeah. The neighbour is that guy that was in all the Australian series and always played that kind of... I can't really tell you who he is now, but I can hear him in my mind.
Oh, what?
I'm sure he was in like...
Yeah.
I'm sure he was in like the Sullivans and the Flying Doctors.
Yeah, I know the one.
G'day, talk like that, you know.
Yeah, big floppy hat and dungarees. You're not from round these area, are you? No, mate.
You're bloody gaffar is what you are. I know my Australian accent is terrible and I apologise for nothing. I have no apologies for anyone. It is the way things are. And that's the way it is.
You're so lucky, mate. My English accent's a nightmare, let alone anything else.
Well, yeah. I like your English accent. If your accent would be bad if you had a high-pitched, whiny voice.
Yeah.
If you had like an accountant voice, then
Right.
I just have.
Yeah.
I would have dumped you a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because you got like a what?
Yeah. A Nigel. Yeah.
Because you've got a bouncer voice.
Yeah. A man with no neck.
Every now and then I'm playing Cyberpunk and there's like, I'll be in a club or something and there'll be like a bouncer at the door. And it's not because he looks like you, but I'll just be there and I'll hear your voice in his head going, you ain't coming in, mate.
Yeah, you ain't coming in, right? A lot of things. Yeah, you think coming in here with that outfit.
A33 and A34. If you are building this kit yourself, the instructions tell you to glue these two wings on and then glue on the back plate.
Yeah.
However, that's nonsense because the back plate seats into the wings, but the wings flip or flop all without the back plate. So what I would suggest is, he's vibrating. I don't even want to know. I do not want to know.
What?
Is that your lady tickler going off there? Oh, right. I wonder what...
That's my compressor built-in airbrush thing.
I thought maybe you got like a rampant rabbit going on or something there. I don't know.
I could do that one.
That's... Yes. So, yeah, if you're making this, I would recommend that you build the wing parts and then glue the back plate to one of the wings and then put it in place and then glue the other wing on. Otherwise, you're trying to juggle 4 different parts and it's just not going to make sense. What are you spraying?
The engine.
Oh!
Yeah, just putting down a bit of primer.
Primer, you say?
Absolutely.
I'll have a quick look at chat.
Do a little bit of priming.
All right, let's have a look. So the dogs... Dan Kramer says, so the dogs are our mascots? Or do the polling locations just smell like steak? No, basically it's when somebody goes to a polling station, and they'll just take the dog with them to give the dog a quick walk. And like polling stations tend to be in like community halls or churches and things like that, you know, little village halls and stuff. Or libraries and things. So basically they'll just take the dog with them to take it for a walk. But there's a British tradition, at least on the BBC News website, of like sending them photographs of a dog outside a polling station that somebody's gone in. And there's all these dogs, they're all adorable. But there was I'd never heard of it before, but there's an Australian Kelpie.
Yeah.
But sometimes they look a bit like Dobermans, but this one was all like different colours of like reddy brown. It was gorgeous.
But they do the same up your neck of the woods that they do down here. They try to guess the vote that the dog owner would have made, judging by what the dog is.
Oh, I don't know.
So you'll see something like a pit bull, Labour voter. You know what I mean? And they tried to guess what party the voter would have gone for just by the dog. You know.
But then you get things like if it's a bloke, but he's got a little yappy dog like a Chihuahua or a Yorkie or something.
Yeah.
No, some little effeminate thing. He's probably a green.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't got the spine to. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, floating voter. You know what I mean? This is like, yeah. And that's how our local journos entertain themselves. It's like, yeah.
Guess the vote. Yeah. A33, A34.
Only in Britain can this sort of random stuff happen. It's like.
Yeah, exactly. Where is A33 and A34? I need them now. Where are these? I have in front of me now. I have is A6. That's not good.
I mean, we're not blessed, are we, with? Well, I suppose
intelligence.
We got Boris, I suppose, but we're not blessed with. How can I word this? A polarising politician, should we say?
You know when I said I wasn't going to do politics?
Yeah. But it's funny when you look at election time on the UK TV.
Our politics is very boring. Oh, that's my clarion call.
Yeah.
That's my bat signal. I shall be back in about 10 minutes, folks.
Yeah, no worries. I will keep an eye on the chat whilst I'm trying to spray. Retro says all about the Holden Commodore and a cold can of lemon squash. Wish we could get those full Barrett inline 6 engines here in Canada. Because that's the thing, innit? Is that still the thing in Australia? You was either a Ford or a Holden man. You couldn't be either. You couldn't be one or both. You had to be one or the other. I don't know whether that's still a thing down here. Everyone's saying good day to Angus Allett. Angus Allett saying hello to Edward Leonard. Dan Kramer says, you guys have about 75 parties, though. That must be fun. Yeah, it can be really weird because we have things like the Monster Raving Loony Party, and it's guys dressed up as clowns and all kinds of weird stuff. So, yeah, you know, you see them at the polling centre when the election results being called, and then on stage dressed as, I don't know, a rabbit, a clown, or whatever. And you've got serious politicians trying to be on message. Nothing beats politics like a British Monster Raving Loony candidate, because if they can get away with it, they'll try it. So, yeah, that's the fun part of being in the UK at election time. The rest of it's just biblical BS, but you can have some fun with it. Hopefully the compressor isn't too loud on this thing, but it's just a lot more quieter than having my normal airbrush setup going. Dan Kramer says we need that here badly. Retro says we got 3 or 4 different brands of terrible politicians. We try to vote for the least awful option all the time. Yeah, it's funny. I was saying this off air the other day, that whether you liked him or not, when Trump was president in the UK, we heard a lot about American politics and what was going on and what the foreign policy of the US was, things like that. But since this Biden chap's been president, we don't hear nothing. Now, whether or not that's because he's not controversial, I don't know. But especially with what's going on in Ukraine, I would have thought we'd have had a lot more information as to where the American president stands on things. And I find that quite alarming, because I've not experienced that before. I've been used to Reagan, Clinton, the Bushes. It just seems to have gone very quiet at the moment. Whether that's like that internally in the US, I don't know, because I don't live there. Certainly from our point of view, your American news isn't reported as much as it once was. Most of the time here, it's a question of no matter who wins, we lose. He is a crook, Colin. Who's that, Edward? Is that current incumbent or the previous incumbent? I have my opinions on the previous one, you know, but yeah. I don't know much about Biden, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's just I find it alarming. I mean, Trump was eccentrically maverick, but a bit scary to us Brits, because we thought that he was a bit unhinged. But whether or not you guys are going to re-elect him, I don't know. It's a scary thought. But again, you don't see anyone else. You know, in the past, there's always seemed to be good challengers, and you're going through what we've been through recently, where we didn't have many options. And we ended up with Boris. So, yeah. This is all of them, yeah. Yeah, it's a worry. No matter who comes in, us as the working man, we never get anything out of it. Retro says, here's what the horrible Orange Goblin has done today. 2016 to 20 and 2020, he's doing good, more or less. Things that aren't controversial, so no one ever pays attention. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a strange one. I still think we haven't heard the last of the orange gremlin, should we say? But I think a lot of that will be done through the courts. I think that the state will go after him for the taxes or something. They're determined to nail something to him, and if he's corrupt as they think he is, then he deserves it, don't he? Let's be honest. But yeah, I've never seen such a polarizing figure. You know, I mean, we saw what happened with the Congress thing, the storming of Congress, and that was quite scary to see that on the news, because it's like, wow, is this really happening? But Christ knows what it was like for you guys, because you do take your politics very seriously out in the UK, because we've had such weird, strange people. We tend to take it with a pinch of salt. Yeah, was quite scary. But anyway, that's politics stuff. There you go, a bit of that. Well, I might as well sit and put a bit of primer on. Why not? Prove not to. I'll clean that in a sec. Just got a couple of more bits. Put on pegs. They're going to be pegged. I could probably hold that. We'll see. Let's have a bit of that on there, I think. Because that's going to be lead belched. Deleting any further commentary I was going to type, let's be done. Absolutely, mate. Absolutely, Dan. No, I mean, I'm not saying one thing or the other. This is why we try not to do politics. I just find it all rather strange. It's a difficult one. Mods, yeah. What other mods do I have in plan for this truck, Dan? I honestly don't know. I've got some fellas to build, some dudage and that. I honestly don't know. This is why I'm priming it, and then I can dry fit everything. And then I'll put it just in the corner there. And I wait for the kit to talk to me. And yeah, I mean, I want to put dudes in the back, but I don't know, there's just something, I'm not quite sure what to do here. I could do, dare I say, I could do with some big guns on it and stuff, you know, because why not, you know? So this is where the Greebles box that you was on about earlier is going to come into play, because the Greebles box at the moment is not in the room. So once I can get it back in here, because obviously I've been doing my man cave refit, so I have kind of been focused on that. So once I get my Greebles box back in here, then I'll be able to have a good old looky-loo as to what I can add to it. But it needs something. Fox wants me to add the radar from the Millennium Falcon, so I shall do that for him. Yeah, there's going to be soldiers, you know, fellas, that sort of thing. So we'll have a bit of that. And that's about it, really. Bit of barbed wire, bit of weathering, bit of rust, bit of dirt and detritus. But other than that, I don't really know what to do with it until it's had a good chat to me. So that's what we're going to do with it. What would you like to see on it? Anything in particular, Dan? Rope bridges, crow's nests. That's normally what Fox comes up with. Yeah. Yeah, let's not argue with each other in the chat on politics, though, folks. Come on. Let's all get along. That's the thing. That's why it's such a touchy subject. It can be quite polarising. There you go. Got a bit of primer on there. Yeah, it's a strange one. But this whole Ukraine thing's rather sad. I was on eModels earlier and they had some hits on there raising money for Ukraine, and it was like, yeah, I'll be ordering that. Went in and placed me or pre-order because why not? I'll try and do our bit of support, haven't we? It's just a shame. See anything like that going on. Right. I think we can safely say that can go there. Dan says, yeah, we can disagree but still get along. We're reasonable than so many. Absolutely, mate. It's good and bad with everything they do, but it's just like, you know, give the people a chance, for crying out loud. That's all I ask. But I think I'm a bit old-fashioned like that. You know, I'm a bit of an old hippie, really. And I just wish everyone would get along. Life's too short at the end of the day. That's how I see it. You know, this tiny ball of rock that we're all on, you know, we're only here for a short period of time. Let's just take a chill pill and get along, innit? Hey? Yeah. Fox is going no more politics. Yeah, it's my bad, mate. I started the conversation, Fox. But yeah. Hold up a minute, he's typing in chat. It should be sat here. Tart. You know what I mean? Leave him alone for 5 minutes. Yeah, Retro, he says, if it's hot enough to be less clothed, does the threat of dropping apart with super glue on it become more of an awareness? Yeah, an awareness and a fear. Yeah, this is why my creme brulee heater won't come out at the moment, because I'm half man, half Wookiee, and I'd ignite my chest there, mate. And that wouldn't be a good thing, would it? Stratastrong says he's seen the new Doctor Strange movie and he loved it. Oh, right. Yeah, I've not seen that yet. Yeah, it's supposed to be really good. So, yeah, it's definitely worthy of a watch then. Dan Kramer says, me too. I saw it today. Happy days. He says it's a straight up horror movie in parts. Yeah, I've not seen it. I want to have a look at the trailer and have a looky look. But if you say it's a good film, mate, who am I to rock the boat? I will have a looky look at that myself.
I'm back. Hello.
Retro says it's out already. It didn't realise that's Doctor Strange film. Happy days. Yeah, is that the one with Benedict Cumberbatch in it?
Benedict Cumberbund.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that when it comes onto Disney Plus.
Yeah.
I'm returned. Hello.
Yeah, I heard you say hello.
Hello. I made myself a brew.
I thought you was a while.
Well, it took that long anyway, because that's how long Mama Fox takes to get herself sorted and back into bed. But it was like, I thought, right, I'll just make myself a cup of tea. Oh, there aren't any tea bags left. Oh, there's none in the pot. I'll have to open the box. Oh, let me open the... Oh, now I've got to... Oh,
it turned into a bit of ball ache, didn't it?
yeah, I'll just put this in the bin. Oh, the bin's full. Oh, now I've got to empty the bin. Oh. So, yeah, there was all kinds of things. And then there was a moth. And then there was a spider.
Oh, why do I do this to myself?
Yes. Mama Fox says hugs to all.
Hello, Mama Fox. Big hugs back, darling.
I said big. She said big hugs to Colin. I said, what about Simon? She went, big hugs all round. Then she went, who's Simon again? She doesn't know Simon yet. Because he's not here, you see. If he was regular and reliable, she'd know who he was by now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see what you're doing, Si. See,
If he didn't desert us at every opportunity, but
yeah, just for family. Yeah. Nobody cares about family.
no.
A Benadryl cabbage patch, says Rabbit. Strata Strong says, you mean the multiverse of Wonder Red Witch? See, the problem I've got is that I didn't watch WandaVision. Or at least I watched a bit of it, but I didn't like it at all, so I stopped watching it. And I can't bring myself to watch it, but I know she's in the Doctor Strange movie, so I'll have to read the storyline on the Wikipedias to just be up to speed with it.
Is it wrong that I haven't seen the first one?
First what?
Is it Doctor Strange movie? Is this the second one?
Yeah, he's in about 7 different movies there.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen 4, but I've not seen... Have I seen any of the Avengers? No, I haven't seen the Avengers films.
You haven't... That's like...
What?
I'm just making this model. I'm just making this model.
Well...
I bet you've only seen like Iron Man and that's it. I haven't even Spider-Man maybe, and that's about it.
Seen Iron Man. I've seen one Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire.
Oh dear Lord! Honestly, you just
seen a couple of Batman films. The Christian Bale films.
Do you know how much work goes into getting you your geek card that you now need to give back? I don't know. Honestly, you're so behind on the films and the TVs. It's terrible. Yeah,
it's one of them. It's just sometimes you think, I don't know, is it just going to be another,
Trust me, the Marvel movies, from Iron Man onwards, not before Iron Man, so not the original Hulk movie, which was garbage. Don't bother with that. Iron Man onwards, they're all, well, one of them, okay, mostly all awesome. Especially the Avengers ones. And especially anything with Thor in it. They're just good. Just you've got Disney Plus.
Yeah, I have.
You've got no time commitments that you're aware of. Your mission this weekend, we will discuss it on Sunday. Your mission now is to binge the Avengers movies and the Marvel movies. And they do them in chronological order as well on the Disney Plus website, so.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the only ones that aren't on there, the original Hulk one's not on there, but it's rubbish anyway.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
The Spider-Mans aren't on there because that's a Sony. Although Spider-Man's is in some of the movies. He's not the actual standalone films. I think they're coming later this year, perhaps, because they've the end of various agreements with Sony Pictures.
Oh right, yeah.
Because they were agreed before they did the Marvel stuff, so that's why Spider-Man's not on there, because they're still the movies are Sony productions. So yeah. I expect you to have watched at least all the Avengers movies.
Oh dear. And
all the other movies, and all of the movies, basically, by Sunday. People in chat, can you just point the finger of shame at Colin for not watching any of the good stuff? Yeah. Marvel movies, the entire reason I got Disney Plus. It sounds really weird for someone who hates Marvel comics.
I've only got Disney Plus because it was given away on my phone deal.
Well, there you go. It's good though. Once you got it, though, it's true. Once you've got it, you're like, oh crap, I can't not have it now. Yeah, so I only got Disney Plus. Well, it was given to me. The first year was given to me as a gift, and then I'm like, well, I need to renew it now. Crap. But for someone who doesn't like Marvel at all, I really like the movies. I've watched everything pretty much. But WandaVision, I was like, I can't. See, I have I have a deep, and I'm sure it's at the genetic level, I have a deep loathing of vintage American sitcom type stuff.
Oh, right.
It makes me physically angry.
Why?
I don't know. So anything like the Beverly Hillbillies or the Munsters or anything like that, any of these vintage 1960s, 70s American sitcoms, I can't watch them.
Is that because of the canned laughter effect?
I don't know what it is. I can't tell you why. Any of it. It just...
Yeah.
It makes me just want to leave the room. So I know not all of WandaVision's like that, but the fact that the first few episodes are is like, I can't watch. I just can't. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm weird. I know I'm weird.
Yeah.
It's just, if you sit me down in front of an episode of like the Addams Family or the Munsters or Beverly Hillbillies, I'll just beat you up. I'll just smack you and leave the room.
Yeah, I've never understood it with them sort of shows. It's all there's a knock at the door and then you hear laugh, 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 and it's like, what's funny about that?
Well, they're products of their time. I'm not going to knock them for being that, because they're products of their time. But at the same time, I just find myself being violently angry by them, made unnecessarily grumpy and angry by them, and I've got no idea why.
A Brit being grumpy? Never.
I know. I was the same with Grange Hill.
Oh, I hated that programme.
I used to just physically run out of the room at Speedway Grange. I have no idea why.
I never understood why we all hated going to school, and yet people wanted to come home, rush around to watch a programme about people in school.
Yeah. Hey, the shouty owl's doing its squeaky noises again.
Yeah, I just never got that, and it was like, yeah, really?
Yeah. I think it was more because it was a soap opera with kids of our age. I think as I got older, I started to appreciate Grange Hill a bit more. If you forget the fact it's set in a school, it's kids of our age, so it's the kind of issues we were familiar with. But yeah,
it's when they started trying to get topical with it and use it as let's use it as a thing for the scourge of drugs and that. You know, it was politicians trying to infiltrate it to get certain messages out.
I don't know about that. I mean, at the end of the day, it was just issues that you're going to have to put things for the characters to deal with, and if it's just innocent stuff, it's not really going to float, is it, I suppose? Yeah. I suppose they've got to make it about issues that are relevant to the kids of the day.
Yeah, let's make one of the characters a heroin addict.
Well, it's happened. It was these things happen, so...
Most people were glue sniffing at the end of the day. It was like,
Yeah, but it doesn't make for any... That was Juliet Bravo territory there.
Yeah.
You've got to make the storylines about something, I suppose.
Yeah, it was just like... boring.
It was an inner city school. Of course they had drugs and violence.
Oh, yeah.
These inner city oiks with their drugs and their council estates, of course.
Yeah, with their gore-blimey governor. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I know where this conversation's going.
I'm only joking. Just because the entire pupil count of just because all the pupils came from the Jasmine Allen estate, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what I mean? I love that on the bill that their local council estate was called the Jasmine Allen, because it's like, it just sounds like a proper rough council estate. If you've not lived if you didn't live in England in the 80s, you won't really know what we're talking about. But like in the 70s and 80s, council estates, like high-rise council estates, were some of like the roughest places that you'd go when you were young. Yeah. They were always, not all of them were bad, but some of them were kind of like inner city urban areas.
It's like going down the Bronx, isn't it? On a
Vic Ghetto, a bit slummish, and a lot of high poverty and stuff like that. But in the Bill, the TV series The Bill, which was about the police, it was just like procedural police drama in Britain. They had their local council estate was called the Jasmine Allen Estate, obviously named after somebody called Jasmine Allen.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it was such a brilliant name because they never explained who Jasmine Allen was. It was just known as the Jasmine Allen, and it was where all the local thugs came from. And it's like, so I'll never forget now. It was a perfect name for a dodgy council estate, the Jasmine Allen. I really wish that somebody would actually make a real council estate called the Jasmine Allen Estate.
It was one of them, wasn't it? Yeah, though.
So what we're going to call this council estate? Oh, Jasmine Allen. Perfect.
I always remember my mum when I was in South London. you know, they would start vetting your mates, wouldn't they? You know, oh, we don't hang around with him. Well, why is that? He's from the Henry Prince, he is. Oh.
Yeah.
Which
He's from the Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, this was one of the most run-down, multi-storey brick-built complex with the big concrete arches and labyrinths of walkways, and that's all.
A little thing of shops on the front that were never actually
it's like when you used to
populated by
drive
anybody.
past it, your headlights would dim and you would hear the sound of an howling coyote. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was. Yeah.
So, but yeah, Jasmine Allen. They always had names like, you know, they're like named after various people. There was, I think there were several Nelson Mandela estates, and there's always given names after people.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the criteria was.
I don't know.
Is that your little vibratory thing I can hear?
That's my ultrasonic. Sorry, mate.
Oh, good. I was just making sure.
No,
I was just making sure it wasn't my earpiece. I could hear a little whizzing noise. I'm like, is that me?
Shit house rat.
I know, but the Jasmine Allen is such a perfect name for a council estate. Oh, it comes from the Jasmine Allen. Oh God, really? Yeah, I know. Oh.
Yeah, but that was a bit like the CSIs. Everyone who was rough come from Henderson. It's like
That's true. The thing is, you can't say that the bill wasn't multicultural because look at Jack Meadows. He was a Yorkshireman.
Yeah,
that's practically foreign in down south.
Cool. Yeah, from where I am, mate.
He's practically an immigrant.
Yeah, that's a flight. That is. That's not a road trip, mate. That's a flight. That is.
It's definitely a different language.
Yeah, it's different time zone as well.
Yeah.
Like 1934. Further up north we go.
Right, where we're up to. Ross is in. Scale Model Ninja.
Mate. Hello, Ross.
Welcome, buddy. I'm
being good. I'm stood up.
Stratus is talking about. He says, I'm getting Doctor Strange grey hair streaks done professionally on Monday. He says, let's put it this way. There was so much clapping and excited yelling in the cinema from certain moments that it was like a bad concert audience, not a movie watching audience. Dan Kramer says, Incredible Hulk's on HBO Max, but I don't know if you guys have that. I think we do.
I think so. I think we've got HBO.
Yeah, we get HBO over here. Dan Kramer says, I need to watch Strange New Worlds. The other Trek shows aren't Lower Decks, have been very disappointing. Yeah, I'd love to watch Strange New Worlds, but it's on Paramount Plus, which I don't have.
No.
So I've got Amazon Prime and I've got Disney Plus, and that's all I can afford, to be perfectly honest. So I can watch Picard and the other one, Discovery, on Amazon, although I have to pay for Discovery now. God damn it. And Lower Decks is on Amazon. So I'd love to watch Strange New Worlds. I will do later in the year by various means. I may have a way to watch such a programme. I'll just have to wait.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, you're getting it as well from the same place?
Yeah.
WandaVision is a different decade of TV. Every episode ends strong. I might have to force myself to watch it. I've read the basic thing on it. Oh, I've got a rivet off. I'll have to put new rivets on this.
Oh, no.
I know. I'm looking forward to season 3 of Lower Decks, says Rabbit. I think Lower Decks is awesome. Lower Decks is just absolutely fantastic.
I'm just nodding.
Lower Decks is the animated Star Trek series.
Oh,
it's on Amazon. If you've got Amazon Prime, it's on there. Seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah, I've got Amazon Prime.
Yeah, but it's only a little half-hour episodes, but it's comedy. It's funny. It's hilarious. It's not serious Trek at all. But it's the most canonically accurate Trek of all of the new series, bizarrely.
Oh, right.
Because it's got the most accurate references. It's the most true to the established lore. It's brilliant.
Panzer's in, says morning all.
Hey, Panzer.
Paul Lewis says you Southerners live such sheltered lives. Yeah. Yeah. Muse is in. Hello, Muse. How you doing,
Hey,
darling?
Muse. Hello. G'day, Muse.
What's going on further up? WandaVision is a different decade. You've read that one, haven't you?
Did that one, yeah.
Yeah.
That one I did.
Paul Lewis is giving me the finger of shame. Why is that?
Why? Why are you getting the finger shame? What have you done now?
Oh, that could be for not watching the,
Oh, yeah, because
what's his
what you've
name,
not
films.
done. Yeah. Dan Kramer says, Moon Knight is great there, Fox. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, I loved it. It was brilliant. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but I kind of have a little bit of a crush on Tawaret.
Oh, right.
It's not hard not to have a little bit of a crush on Tawaret, who appeared in the last 2 episodes. The ending of the penultimate episode, the last sort of 10 seconds, last 2-3 seconds of the penultimate episode, is just the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life. People who've watched it will know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to give any spoilers. But Tawaret, oh, what a great character.
Panzer says it's Friday and the idiots are out. Absolutely, mate.
What? Are you talking about us? God damn it. I've been out for years. Oh, wait.
That's the correct assumption. We are idiots.
Willkommen auf dem Foolhaus.
Just going to make a quick brew, mate.
Ooh, go for a brew. I shall look after things. Where are we up to? You have to know the time to get it. Trust me, they're funny as hell. It's jumped. You have to know the time to get it. Hang on, I've lost. Where are we up to? Muse. What are you talking about, Muse? The funniest. Oh, I see. You mean the. I know what you mean. La, 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 la. Dan Kramer says, I tried to be diplomatic because I know others do like these things even though I don't. I'm never diplomatic. Not to brag, but I have a photo with Stan Lee, says Strata Strong. Ooh. I sent loads of pictures to Stan Lee once when I was a kid. I did a load of drawings and I sent them all because I was a little kid, so I didn't know better. I didn't hate Marvel at that point. I sent them all. I remember writing the envelope out to Stan the Man Lee, and then whatever the address was. This is in the late 70s, early 80s. And funnily enough, I never heard back. But the thing is, even though I never heard back, and they probably just got put straight in the bin, I'd like to think that somebody somewhere on this good earth looked at those pictures, and that somebody somewhere saw my name when I was a young boy. For all I know, maybe he did see them. I don't know, probably didn't. Probably just got dumped into the general pile of put this in the bin. But, you know, I'd like to think that maybe somewhere in an archive, those letters are still sitting around somewhere. I can't remember what I drew now. It was probably garbage. I was only like 9 or 10 or something. I'm sure it would have been garbage at the time. I can't remember what I drew. But yeah, I'd like to think that they're still around somewhere in an archive. That'd be cool. Paul Lewis says, no, you don't, Dan. You called it. Recent track has been terrible, but I've heard good things about Strange New Worlds. So we'll have to see. Yeah, I've heard that Strange New Worlds is more of a return to proper classic episodic Trek rather than overarching storyline. I don't mind Discovery and Picard. I've kind of enjoyed them. I've not expected them to be anything like other Treks, so I've kind of assumed that they're going to be different and taken them, you know, they are what they are. I think I prefer Picard to Discovery, but Discovery's grown on me. They just haven't done enough to grow the characters, really. But I don't hate them. I don't compare them to existing. I don't expect them to be anything like, you know, DS9 or Next Gen or anything like that. So I come out not too disappointed. At the end of the day, it's sci-fi, and it's good sci-fi. Even if it's not the best Star Trek, it's still good sci-fi. It's spaceships and space and zappy things, and I'm happy if that's the case. Because you know what's better than having no Trek is having some Trek. Now, if we can get some more Stargate, a new Stargate would be awesome. Stanley was the best, and I've got pictures with him too, says Muse. Sounds like my junior high, Rabbit. All the teachers were doing it. Guess it was the in thing. What we're talking about. When I was in high school, says Rabbit, the big deal was one of the science teachers had an affair with a teacher from a different school and broke up 2 marriages. I had a dull experience. Yeah. Lower Decks has the most respect for Trek canon of all the shows being made, says Dan Kramer. Absolutely. See Muse. Later all time to go back to work, she says. Absolutely. Lower Decks has just so much reference material in it. It calls out so many references, and even obscure stuff. They just pile on these references one after the other. And I really love the characters. I really do. I knew it from the moment in the first ever episode where Mariner walks out with the Batleth and she's a bit drunk on Romulan ale, and that little 2 seconds of dialogue where she tries to say what she's doing and she can't quite say Batleth. I knew from that moment that I was going to like that series, and I wasn't wrong. Morning, Governor.
Hello.
Did you make yourself a brew?
I did, mate, and some juice. And yeah.
I have a brew as well.
I better have a brew. Right.
Do. I've got the little aiming sight that goes on the top of the big air intake, the big supercharger.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I know it's just going to get broken after about a week.
Yeah.
It never stays on. Like Gladys Allthorpe, she never buys her own pie.
Yeah, Panzer's on about binge drinkers by the sound of that.
Where was I up to? Lol, not Colin and Fox being idiots, says Panzer.
Absolutely.
She is such a great character. I bet she gives great hugs, says Dan. Who are we talking about?
Oh, I
who
saw
gives great
Nana
hugs?
Visitor in Castle last night.
Oh yeah, I know, playing the animal psychologist.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, they
You were like-
so should have gave her the nose wrinkles.
Oh god, yeah, just for the fun of it,
Yeah.
because it's the order of things.
Took me a while, and I'm like, I know that voice. I know that glint in the eyes. Oh, attendant.
I would love a Stargate show only about the system lords. Just have a pure villain show, says Stratostrom. That'd be good.
Yeah, that's on the watch list as well. See, so I'm trying to release my inner nerd, mister.
You are.
It's
You're
taken
trying.
me about 50 million years, hasn't it?
You are trying. Very.
Oh, well, I know I'm very trying, mate.
I really need round 2 to make a California class model at 1000 scale for me to put with my others. What's the California class? I don't recognise the name of this class. Is that the Cerritos? Is that a California class?
Is that aircraft carriers? Is it California class? I don't know.
No, it's space. It's Star Trek.
Oh, is it? I don't know.
Round 2 make Star Trek models, and honestly,
I don't know. I've got one Starship model, which is a Voyager.
you should know your Star Trek. You honestly can't get the staff. Can
No,
you?
my mum holds her head in shame because she's an avid Trekkie.
I don't know.
I've got a Star Trek kit up there. What is
Oh yeah,
Space Encounter or something it's called. There's 3
yeah. The
different ships.
Cerritos is the ship from Star Trek Lower Decks, and that's a California class. I didn't like it at first, but I do now. Now here's an interesting fact for those who've watched Star Trek Lower Decks, which is the animated series. I didn't know this, but I remember thinking, wow, the theme tune, it's very like somebody trying to write music that sounds like a spoof of Star Trek. Kind of comes across as very Galaxy Quest Star Trek spoof in its sound.
Yeah.
It sounds like the kind of music you'd write if you were writing a spoof of Star Trek, like Galaxy Quest.
Yeah, I've seen that.
However, I didn't know this, but I found out recently that the actual music that was going to be the theme tune for Next Generation, before they settled on the theme tune that they got in the end, they did I saw a video where they had the original theme tune that they never went with. And it sounds very, very similar to the music from Lower Decks. So if you're wondering why Lower Decks theme tune sounds like it does, it's because it's kind of a tip of the hat to the original Next Generation theme tune that they never used. And trust me, the original Next Generation theme tune is terrible.
Oh, really?
It's not good.
Really bad, is it?
Yeah, it's again, it sounds like spoof Star Trek music. I've now got the Lower Decks tune in my head.
Earworm alert. Earworm alert.
It's good. Panzer Cat says, besides, Colin and Fox are just children.
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that.
Guilty as charged.
Dan Kramer says Towerette. Oh, I fell in love a little bit with Towerette. She's so adorable. Trust me, when you watch Moon Knight, Colin, that's another Marvel thing you haven't watched.
That would be correct.
Yeah.
But that's on the watch list.
Good lad. As is all of Disney Plus.
Because I do believe we've had this conversation before. And you may have prompted me to put it in my favourites list, which I have, or on my watch
What,
list.
Moon Knight? I've never. No, I've done that.
The other week, the other day.
Yeah, well, it's basically just the only things you need to look at on the Disney app are Star Wars and Marvel. Everything else you can ignore, apart from Bones and Castle, obviously. My grandmother was born within 24 hours of Leonard Nimoy. Ooh.
Oh, factoid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dan, was Towerette just not like completely adorable? And Stephen's reaction to hippo. Oh, it's so adorable. I like that. I hope there's more of that. I hope they do a second series. It was really good.
Yeah, you normally find that all the good series they only ever do one of.
Yeah.
Which is kind of annoying.
Well, some of the Marvel stuff, they've done a Hawkeye series. I think that was probably a one-off. They did. They've done another one, which I can't remember what it was. Like the little 4 or 5 episode thing they did over the last couple of years because it was COVID and stuff. But I hope they do Moon Knight. I mean, my favourite bit in Moon Knight, no spoilers here, but is where where Stephen's in a van. He doesn't know what's going on, and he suddenly comes to it driving a van with a gun in his hand, being shot at. So his first instinct is to just throw the gun out the windscreen that isn't there, throw the gun out of the broken windscreen at the car in front. And there's a voice in his head just goes, "Did the idiot just throw the gun?" Plus, it's the thing that made me realise that Oscar Isaacs isn't actually English. I thought he was English.
Learn something new every day.
His English accent was so good that I actually thought he was English. That's praise on high, that is. High praise from me.
Yeah, someone doing an English accent that doesn't sound like a Victorian.
I didn't know he was American, because I'd never seen him before, apart from in Star Wars, and he has just a generic voice there. So I didn't know he was American until I read and he said, "No, he's American." I was like, "Well, really?" I thought it was British. I'm very impressed.
They go to extremes, don't they? You either get the Dick Van Dyke style Cockney, or you get them trying to sound like 1930s Mr. Chumley Warner.
Yeah, like that. No, the character who plays Stephen in Moon Knight, he's like a, all right, because he's a really weedy. He's like a weedy, weak character with loads of neuroses. Like, I don't know, it's all right, isn't it? Really,
got that Essexy type.
Yeah. But weedy and a bit effeminate and a bit like pathetic and like not very confident. And it was perfect. I thought it was British. I didn't.
Yeah.
It's a good compliment to someone's acting skills when you can say to them, "Wait, you're not English?"
Yeah, fair play to him, mate. Because
absolutely,
it's not easy getting right. It's a bit like Brits doing bad American accents.
Yeah.
We don't always get it right. Look at Michael Caine's American accents. They're well laughed at universally, aren't they?
And this is one of the things I like about the Marvel stuff. It sounds really weird, but some of the humour is very British. I found some of the humour in Moon Knight and some of the writing was very. It was directed by an Egyptian guy, which was good. But some of the writing it felt very English.
See, I would know this if I'd bothered to watch them, wouldn't I? Mate?
Well, yeah. But especially where he's playing Stephen, who's supposed to be English, and it's like, he uses the word bollocks, and it's set in England.
Yeah.
For a lot of it, because he's English. So I think that's the one thing I like the Marvel stuff, when they do something in England or in the UK, it's kind of accurate.
Yeah, it's kind of embraced fully, isn't it?
Yeah, they really make it feel like it's been written by somebody who knows what they're talking about. It's not just...
And it needs to be, though, let's be honest. I mean, there's nothing worse than, like you say, a Brit trying to portray an American that knows jack shite about, America. It must be frustrating for the viewer there, so...
Although, I have to say, they do drop a bollock every now and then when you have, like, some of the Avengers movies where there'll be something happening in England. I think one of them where they're in Britain, in Oxford, I think, or somewhere.
Oh, right, yeah.
Anyway, but there's all police cars driving around, but they've got like European sirens.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
They've got like, it's like, they're not Italian.
Yeah.
Since when did...
We're not the Carabinieri or whatever we
Yeah,
call
since
them.
when did the Metropolitan Police have Carabinieri sirens?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Need to have a word with your sound effects, man, you know.
Dude, we've got the same sirens as you.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't know. I've got the sniffles. I do apologise to folks, but I'm struggling a bit.
Pardon me. Apologies. And again.
There appear to be rumblings of a Firefly reboot now that Disney owns it. They don't leave potential money on the table. No, that's true. Plus, like, Nathan Fillion's not exactly doing a lot right at the minute, is he? Yes, she was so cute and perky. I want more of her too, says Dan Kramer. Yeah, once you watch Moon Knight, Cole, when you meet Towerette.
Oh, it's definitely one to watch, is it?
Yeah. She's cute and perky and absolutely adorable. You'll fall in love with her straight away. But it'll be a kind of weird thing, but you'll be like, you'll just in a kind of just want to give her big hugs kind of thing.
Am I going to end up two-timing Kira?
No, not in a saucy times way.
Oh, right.
But in a just like, adorable, give someone all the hugs.
Oh, bless. Sounds like
Towerette is adorable.
Yeah, so I've got all the watchings to do.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to run out of time with all of this and the gaming as well. Oh,
I know.
God.
Discuss as you will, as you mentioned it. Talk to us about your gaming plans, my friend.
Yeah,
things have happened.
Yeah, I may have put the thing up on the YouTubes there for Grim Fandango. I'm going to be streaming that hopefully within the next week or so.
Put your thing up.
And I'm currently doing the thumbnails and the artwork for Skyrim as well.
Ooh, Skyrim!
Because I'm not going to get left alone until I do it.
Nope. I ain't going to leave you alone for shit unless you do Skyrim.
And he has been nagging me for a long time.
Have you done Skyrim yet?
I did a test record this afternoon of the Grim stream, and it was...
Ooh.
Yeah. The attempts at doing Manny-style voices, yeah, they're on the blooper reel.
The thing is, I can't remember it. It's been so many years since I've even seen. I mean,
yeah.
Last time I saw Grim Fandango was like when it was a new game, so I don't remember anything about it.
Yeah. It's one of my favourite games, purely because I love the film noir Art Deco type thing about it. I love that.
Plus the whole Day of the Dead.
Yeah. It appeals to my sick sense of humour.
Doesn't Calavera mean dead or something? Or dead
yeah.
body or...
Yeah. Yeah, is it same as Godiva, isn't it?
I think so. But it's like it's the whole Mexican Day of the Dead thing, isn't it? Riff on that.
Yeah,
but I mean, I watched my friend play it a little bit when it came out and was new, but that's all I remember of it. So, whereas of course I know by heart the voices from Sam and Max Hit the Road because that's brilliant. I played that many times. That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard, Sam.
So yeah, I did that this afternoon, and yeah. So I might bung the test recording up there, but yeah.
Do a little test stream.
I'm doing me Cockney Manny Calavera voice, and it's like really went well. That did.
Do you have lines of dialogue or something that you can like I read out the dialogue for mind you in that game you actually hear Manny Calavera's voiced, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's voiced. You hear him reading it out, but yeah.
Whereas in Skyrim he's not voiced, so I could do the voice of my Khajiit in Skyrim.
Yeah. So it came out all right. It was purely and simply just to test me setup for streaming gaming, because as you know, I've not done it before.
No, you've not done it before. I'm not sure what I'll do with Cyberpunk because, of course, the main character's voiced.
Oh right, yeah.
So that's a bit of a shame. I don't know whether to play V as a bloke or a lady though. I've not decided yet.
No, I'm just looking forward to doing that. Like I say, sort out Skyrim.
Skyrim! Da, 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 da.
So yeah, it was done that. Been editing the next 2 parts of the Suzuki build. So then that'll be that video series finished, and then I can start the next one. Yeah, been a busy little week.
Yeah. I, of course, have done nothing in terms of modelling because of various reasons. So again, sigh.
Useless.
But never mind.
You had one simple job. Mind you, you have built some hobby zone units.
Well, yeah, that only took a couple of days, a couple of hours.
It's still progress.
Progress. Kaji does not know the meaning of this word. Progress. I don't like all the tubes coming out of this guy's head.
Why is that?
I don't know, I just think they look rubbish. I'd much rather give him the pilot with the scarf, but I can't because he needs all the tubes coming out of his head.
A bit gash, are they?
Yeah. Don't like it. Where's his feet then? Which bit is his feet? It is 38. No indication of which sprue that would be. So, hooray!
Yep. Happy days.
38.
We got that. I reckon I need to have some easy line and some chainage, and it needs guns.
Oh, you need guns.
I've decided it needs guns, doesn't it?
Well, it's Orc, isn't it?
It's got one gun at the moment. It's got a fat ass little gun, and it's like, yeah.
Can you scratch build some kind of big ass gun out of tubes and things?
Well, I've got shed loads of break that up. Oh, why don't you? I've got shed loads of greebles, you know.
That's true.
I've got to
I
find.
was going to say, have you got any spare guns from the Baneblade? That's a stupid question, really.
Yeah, I've got to find the Baneblade box with all the greebles in. No, 90%. 90%
Yeah, there won't be any spare guns on
came
that.
with that went on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that'll be your 1.5 hours, but you've already been up for a brew, haven't you?
Yeah.
I had to suddenly go loud there and avoid copyright instances. So.
That's right, mate. If it happens, it happens, mate.
Not had your thing for H yet. Is she not getting up for work, or is it? She's been early for the last few weeks.
She's been
hasn't
early
she?
for the last couple of weeks, mate. Yeah.
It's confused me. That's what it is.
No, she'll be getting up shortly, mate.
All right.
Panzer says more guns. It definitely needs more guns. It does, doesn't it, Panzer?
You need guns.
I've got dudes that I'm going to get to go in the back.
I'm just thinking of anything that avoids you having to go onto Forge World and buy a super cannon, which would fit in the back.
I've got to get one of them at some point. No. There will be Forge World shopping happening soon.
What are you going to do with your for the back of your squig off?
Yeah.
That you're going to be receiving.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I shall be sorting that out.
Super cannon.
Yeah.
Well, I've got two, haven't I? I've got one for me squig off and one for me Mega Track.
Yeah. It needs
That looks
something
pretty
across
good,
there.
A tilt. It needs
Definitely
a tilt.
needs something.
Needs a tilt, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it's like, yeah.
Or the tilt frame, not the actual tilt.
Yeah, it's a bit poxy, isn't it? So yeah,
What would you make a tilt frame out of? Very thin wire,
possibly, yeah.
but just don't put a tilt. I mean, you could. Ooh, see, if you wanted to get daring, you could try your hand at the old toilet paper tilt that people sometimes do on trucks. You know, and they use toilet paper to make a tilt, to make like a canvas tilt.
Why not? It needs something.
I don't know why it's called a tilt. Stupid name.
Nah, probably originally it was called a tit.
You're a tit.
I know I'm a tit.
You're made of tit. Does that thing on the side there flip down?
That, yeah.
Good lad. See, now you see how that hangs down?
Did you like how deftly I just flicked that back into place?
Flip. You see how it hangs so far down?
Yeah.
That means it should have legs.
Yeah.
And be really tall. You know what you need to do? You need to do some things between that bodywork and the chassis.
Yeah.
So that's more like a ladder. So the chassis... So,
yeah, go on.
can you build something so the bodywork's about a foot above the actual chassis?
What, like that? Like an eye lift kit?
Further. No, like just build more things underneath it, so it's like a high tower building, like a high tower
Yeah,
vehicle.
I could put an eye lift on it and have it as a ladder that... Yeah.
A dirty great scissor lift underneath that.
You know me, mate. But no, there needs to be some kind of easy lineage on there as well. And
Yeah.
But it's just one of them. It's like...
Why don't you... Oh... I just had this image of like completely filling the back of it with like just many different shapes and sizes of like smokestacks.
Yeah, I mean, it can have
Well, just like
smokestacks,
a hedge, just like a hedgehog, just like that, loads and loads. But that'd be silly. I should take that space.
Yeah, but you're talking to the bloke that built the insane blade and a rather long, narrow battle wagon.
Yeah, but it's just taking up all that space in the back with tubes, which is a bit. Oh.
Yeah, this dude's going to go in there, but it just needs to be something there.
I think you need some ziggy zaggy, bendy straw.
Yeah.
Chimneys.
Yeah.
With the little cone on the top like that, like a dog leg shape.
Yeah.
Like so you've got the back of the truck there, let's say. There's the cab, and you've got like sticking out like that. Like at 90 degree with a little like you know what I mean, like little pointy cone on the top.
Yeah, I know what you mean, mate.
You know exactly what I mean. The little mushroom shell. I don't know what you call them, but
yeah.
A smokestack
with
something.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a nice little model, but it's a bit basic, isn't it?
Yeah, it needs something. It needs more length to it.
I know where you're going. You want me to do another long, narrow build?
No, I mean, it just looks like it should have more than the two wheel axles at the back.
Yeah, there needs to be something here.
It's a bit stubby. But then again, it's more like a pick. It's more like a pick. You have to think of it more like a big pickup, though. I suppose, isn't it? Really, it's not. It's not meant to be a big, massive truck.
No, it just needs something, though. It needs, I don't know.
Needs a
dare I say it, where these are some kind of with a big, almost like I would say a crow's nest lookout tower with a naff off big chimney stack poking out the top of it. That's all sort of bent and contorted and held together with bits of string and shit. Loads of dudes running around like the battlement, and then like a little step thing coming down from here onto some kind of roofy bit with ladders down the back.
Basically, you're just going to turn it into another battle wagon, aren't you?
Trying not to.
You're trying not to, but it's just going to look looking like a battle wagon.
That's the problem I've got, isn't it?
Yeah. You need to embrace its pickup truckiness, I suppose, which is where making it maybe something like a technical with a gun in the back. Or it might require a hefty bit of scratch building, but this would be a challenge. Would you be up for a challenge?
Depends.
I mean, a serious scratch building challenge.
Go on.
I think it'd be not simple, but not complicated. How about if I show you first of all that awesome jellyfish that I drew?
Oh, I'm impressed.
Which is just beautiful. How about a dirty great big barrel launcher? There is in Borderlands. There is a Bandit Technical and you can have it with like a mounted gun, or a rocket launcher, or a barrel launcher.
Right.
And basically, what I'm thinking is, how about where's my pen? There it is. So you're looking at some sort of device where it would have to be some kind of, there's your flatbed platform there, like that, wheels. It'd be some kind of device that's obviously got like side pieces like that.
Yeah.
A bit like the Millennium Falcon radar dish kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you've got a bit there with a cross beam, and there's all bits sticking out of it. But then it's some kind of like basically pivoting system with a dirty great big thing like that. Almost like a pictures catcher's mitt kind of basket thing.
Yeah.
Maybe like a basket thing, or it could be just solid plastic. In cross section, it's kind of that shape.
Yeah.
On a thing, so it's designed to just go like that.
Yeah.
And then scratch build some dirty great big barrels to go in it out of some plastic tube, just like, you just have that fit in it perfectly like that, and put some ribs around it or something.
Yeah.
And it's just this like big over-engineered hydraulic barrel launcher that flings an exploding barrel out at the back or something.
Yeah, that'll do.
Or flings whatever else is in that launcher.
Yeah.
It's like a kind of like a dozer blade shaped thing, but
Yeah, Squigs holding bombs.
yeah, anything like that. And it's just designed to it pulls back that way
Yeah.
and latches down, so it could be like that. And then when you let it go, it goes like that and flings the barrel out.
Yeah, that'll work.
But you'd have to over-engineer it so it's not just 4 bits and a crossbar, because that'd look a bit rubbish. Basically, like a trebuchet, but for barrels.
Yeah.
If you look up Borderlands and their Bandit technicals,
Yeah.
they have things on the side that launch barrels out the side. But you could do it for oversized barrels or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to think what would
Got to
fit
have
in
something, can it?
Yeah, either that or some kind of big mounted gun, because it make it like a technical.
Just looks a bit naked at the moment.
Yeah, it's because it's got that open back with nothing in it.
Yeah.
It needs something. It's got a big flat platform that a spinning thing could go on, or a mounted thing. Over.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Or something.
See what he did there.
A barrel launcher that actually uses wooden barrels for ammunition, says Panzercat.
Yeah.
Have it with the kitchen back there. It's the chuck wagon, says Dan Kramer. Because he says the boys need to eat, right?
Absolutely.
If only they read the chat, he says, just as I read his chat. Colin, stick a smegging big gun on it or 3, says Paul Lewis.
Yeah.
You could probably find some 3D printable files for dirty, great big super cannon type weapons.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure I've got some big gunnage left in my Greebles box.
Yeah. I mean, there are some more cannon type things on Games Workshop, and there is the super cannon on Forge World, but there's also obviously 3D printable options you've got.
Absolutely.
I think some ridiculously either big, chunky, fat but very short cannon, or some like very, very long cannon that looks ridiculous, like a super cannon. Let's have a look.
Well, this is it. It's all kinnet at the end of the day, you know, so... Yeah, it's got to have some kind of ramshackledness about it.
Yeah. It needs some kind of ungainliness to it. Like having a gun in the back that's twice as long as the actual truck, or some nonsense like that. Or,
Yeah, it's got to have some kind of stupidly... Bit like I did with the...
impractical.
With the battle wagon, where I put a ridiculously large gun poking out the side, you know. It's
Yeah.
just like, yeah, it needs something. Because it's going to look rather half-assed on the shelf next to other stuff like that.
Yeah.
Needs something. Nothing too mad, but just enough to, yeah.
Or just make an enormous crate that fills the entire back and sticks up about 2 inches, and just print off like 100 squigs.
Yeah.
And just make a crate full of squigs. So it's like just transporting like 150 squigs in the back in a cage, in a box.
Yeah.
What can possibly go wrong, you know?
Exactly.
How do you transport squigs in a box in the back of the van?
Yeah. Dan Kramer says, I still like the idea of a support vehicle, a grot drum corps for morale building. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, grots don't need morale building. They just, if they don't do what they're told, they get thumped or eaten.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's basically going to be a support vehicle next, or, you know, on the same shelf as the battle wagon, so...
How do you motivate a grot? Thump him. That's what the orcs do. So a smegging big gun with a barrel launcher on one side and a kitchen chuck wagon below. Sorted, says Paul Lewis.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, it's got to have... Yeah.
Or build a really complicated catapult system that launches a WAS-bomb Dakar jet from the back of it. In some completely impractical way. Look at the air, look at the supercharger on that. Oh, supercharger.
Retro Rabbit says, have a couple of grots tending to a nicely curated flower garden.
Take the wheels off that and put it on the back of a gargantuan squig off.
Definitely.
Yeah, it does. Well, I was saying to Colin that kit's like about 20 quid. So if you wanted to build like your own squig off, you could get that kit and get rid of the chassis and just use the bodywork as a sort of a howdah.
Yeah,
It makes a good little makeshift howdah.
it's perfect for that, isn't it?
Yeah, and somebody will be getting a squig off at some point, won't they? So, diddly-baddy-bow, there's the alarm. That's H's reminder.
Absolutely.
Right, what's next?
Yeah,
I've got my
definitely.
dude. Why am I not gluing on his arms yet?
I don't know, mate. Why are you not gluing on his arms yet, Fox?
I don't know. It doesn't actually. Is it? Oh, there we go.
Right.
I put the pilot. It's like about an hour later. I put the pilot arms on. But I'm not going to glue the pilot into the bodywork, into the cockpit, because that would be stupid. Because I need to paint him, don't I? It's an open cockpit on this, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. No, it isn't.
What did we have in there? Let's have a look.
Your ass is what we had in there. Star may not have been your ass. Super match game.
Because that is...
Don't forget, folks, if you're in chat, please ask us questions about anything apart from religion and politics, because for the love of dog, we need stuff to talk about. Come on. Give us subjects. My loyal subjects.
That's for that.
I can glue that in place, I think, can't I? That can go into place. Yes. Can I put the cockpit in afterwards? No. Oh, good call, Fox.
Are you being super super good?
Well, no, I was just debating whether to glue this part in, but I can't glue that in before I put the cockpit in. And I want to be able to not have to glue the cockpit in just yet, because of the reasons that I can't remember what they are. What's the reason I don't want to glue the cockpit in? I can't remember. Or can I glue the cockpit in yet? Yeah, because I don't need to worry about that. As long as I don't glue the pilot in, because I need to be able to paint him, I think. Ha la 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 la.
That's not going to be used, is it?
But if I don't glue the pilot in, what I'm going to do with these head tubes? Head tubes.
Going to be used.
Lava tubes. Third, let's have a look and see.
That's that. Dum 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 dum.
I don't want to put these cables in the back of his head. Oh, I don't want to do that. Rubbish. A13, A14. I can't even find them.
Yeah. Fish.
I don't want to put cables in the back of his head, but I've got no choice. Can't even find A13 and 14. That's not A-sprue for a start.
So that goes across there.
Yeah, it's the A-sprue.
So we've got two of them.
Yeah, it's the A-sprue. A13, A14. That's the stick.
Okay.
Fox question. Here we go. So, when are you next planning to drop into 24/7 just asking for a friend? Asks Panzer Cat for a friend. Very well, thank you. To quote Michael Okuda when asked by Stephen Hawking how the warp drive works on the Enterprise. I will do at some point. I will do. I keep meaning to, but usually by this time of night I'm just monged.
Zonked.
Yeah, I'm just chilling and illing.
Been kind of absent as well this week because I've been peeing around with video editing and man cave moving. So.
Is it because you've just been grumpy as buggery?
No, I've been busy in here, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, as you know, I've done all my artwork, my video editing, and I'm wiring in the man cave. So
this week I are not being grumpy.
Well, at the end of the day, it's time I'm going to lose otherwise, isn't it? So
yeah,
you know, I've got to. My time in here is limited, as you know. So I've got to make as much use of that time as I can.
Yep, you've got to waste some of your day pooping. It's just rubbish, I know, but...
Oh, Cy Reynolds in there, was he? That's all he did.
Pooping times.
Yeah. So...
I had another one of them weird, disappointing dreams last night.
Oh, really? What about?
You remember last night where I was having a dream where I was in an office?
Yeah.
And I was getting bollocked for something. Last night I had this dream where I'm not sure what was going on, but all of a sudden, for some reason, our entire roof on the house disappeared.
Yeah.
And we were left just with the wooden frame. No tiles or liner or anything, just the wooden frame.
Yeah.
And for some reason the ceiling wasn't there either.
Oh, right.
But my dream logic was that basically someone has stolen our roof.
Yeah.
But it was one of those dreams that I woke up really angry and frustrated because, first of all, every time I tried to call 999 on a mobile phone, it would dial some other number.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I'd dial 999 and it'd be like, something else completely. I'd be like, oh no, this phone's rubbish. And I'd really carefully dial 999 and it'd be like, Mersey Docks and Harbour Board. Oh, God, no. And the other thing was that there were, for some reason, there was a whole cast of other people involved in it. Like my dad and my parents, my mum and dad were here, my brothers were all here, and other people, my friends, and none of them were taking it seriously.
Yeah.
They were like, yeah, we'll have to report it to the police. Then my dad would go off and make a brew.
Oh.
I'm like, why aren't you? And I discovered it by, for some reason, I went into the toilet and the floor was wet in the toilet, and that told me that obviously the roof had disappeared.
Yeah.
I don't know why. And I was stressing out because it looked like it was about to rain and we needed to report the theft of the roof to the police, but nobody was taking it seriously and nobody could really be bothered. And there was other things going on at the centre. It was very strange. It was very, very strange. And I woke up and I was like, oh, God, everyone's so disappointing. Because, nobody took it seriously. I was just frustrated that nobody was taking this seriously. We need to report this and get the roof sorted. Yeah, I know. Do you not understand? So I woke up stressed out. I was like, oh, God damn it, brain, come on.
Your brain's messing with you.
It's like, come on, it's my escape from real life. Make me dream about adventures or rudeness or something interesting or whatever.
Yeah.
Don't make me dream about
Serious
frustrating
stuff.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be frustrated when I wake up. My brain's like, yeah, no.
Yeah, not always the way, though, isn't it? You're like, why am I... Yeah.
Yes, when I go to sleep, what I really want to do is go back to being at school and getting bollocked for something, because that's always a fun, pleasant memory.
Yeah. Edward Leonard says to you, when are you streaming Cyberpunk?
Soon. I need to figure out a good time slot to do it that's compatible with Mama Fox. And obviously not tripping over a couple of other people's streams, but more importantly, when I can confidently dedicate a couple of hours to it. So it might be something like maybe 4 till 6 on a Friday, because I used to do Skyrim Fallout Friday, didn't I?
That's right, yeah.
So I might do 4 till 6 on a Friday, perhaps. Or, that kind of 4 till 6 slot seems my best bet, because I can get Mama Fox downstairs with cups of tea and she can leave her to her own devices for a couple of hours.
Yeah, that works, doesn't it?
Evening time I can't do because it's making dinner and everything else. I could do early hours of the morning like this, but then I'm obviously trying to do that while neighbours are trying to sleep. So
this is it, yeah.
So I don't know yet. I'll probably end up going for a late afternoon slot. That 4 till 6, assuming I can get Mama Fox up and about and, downstairs and sorted on time.
The perfect little time slot for that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wish I could do my 3 till 6, but I can never guarantee she's down and set by then, so... I can't really guarantee 4 till 6. But,
Rather than schedule it, just random it. At least you're not held to a schedule then, are you?
No, I'd like to schedule it if I can.
Yeah.
At least then I can do it in advance and say, come and join me tomorrow or whatever. But the difficulties, of course, is when it's a stream with me and somebody else like this, if whatever, on a Sunday, I can pop and make Mama Fox a brew for 5 minutes because whoever's there can look after things. If I'm on my own doing a game stream, I've got to say, right, now I'm going to put you on the back in a minute screen for 10 minutes. Well, go and make Mama Fox a brew.
Yeah.
So a couple of hours probably be all right for avoiding that, maybe. I think so anyway.
See how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm going to do it because I really want to do it.
Well, you got an inner determination now.
Yeah. No, it's just the way I walk.
Yeah, you are a determination.
You're made of determination. Oh, look, a little gap. I shall cover it with plastic card. Yes, I shall.
Paul Lewis says 999. Some bloke called Fox has stolen the lead off my roof. Yeah.
No, it was, literally, we had no roof. It was just a wooden frame. It was left in the dream. It was most frustrating. And I knew innately it was about to rain because everything was grey and dull. It was about to rain.
Yeah.
But it was just the frustration that no one was taking it seriously. Like, come on! Well, you just... I can't call... Because I'm there trying to call the police and I can't because every time I dial it, so can somebody just call the police because I can't do it for some reason. And it was like, yeah, whatever. I'm like, stop making tea! Call the police. Everybody was just very disappointing. I don't know. It was one of those dreams where I was like, I went to bed a bit early and I thought, because I thought, it's a bit early to go to bed, but I feel really tired. But I know that's a lie because sometimes I'll feel really tired and I'll go to bed and not get to sleep for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Because I've gone to bed too early. But my brain tells me it's tired. So I thought, I'll risk it for a biscuit. I feel tired. And I fell asleep really quick. I'm like, oh, thank God for that. And it would have been a good night's sleep if I hadn't woken up really knocked off at my entire family for being rubbish.
I normally find if I'm tired, my brain just does not want to switch off for some reason.
Yeah.
Not really.
Well, it's really weird when I like, you know, get Mama Fox sorted for bed. Like, because my routine now is I get up about 2 o'clock in the afternoon and I don't go to bed till about 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Because we're all messed up here at the minute. But the funny thing is, Mama Fox will go to bed maybe at 1 in the morning. And I'll be sorting her out, but I'll be yawning my head off.
Yeah.
But I'm not tired. If I went to bed, I wouldn't sleep. But
No.
I'm yawning my head off. It's like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I normally go to bed around about 8, 9 a.m, there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
I'll grab a few hours. Yeah, it just depends. I say I stop in the man cave, go next door, have me dinner, binge watch a bit of telly. I've got such a large viewing list.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
If you have to go off and disappear for 2 weeks to watch lots of telly, we don't mind. We'll understand.
You're bad.
Yep. I'll have to replace some rivets on this. To quote the typewriter. I know what that means. Even if nobody else does.
Absolutely. Edward Leonard says, don't be the daft, mate. You need to go off camera to go and have a pee or whatever. Go and do it. No one cares. They're watching your stream. They'll wait.
Yeah, I know. But I don't. It's not nice to do that though. But you know, I know.
We are so British in it. We hate putting up the be right back thing, don't we? Even though we've all got one there.
I mean, it's one thing if I have to go for a wee or something. That's fine. I need to go for a great big wee back in a minute. But it's like I've got to go make Mama Fox a brew. It just, I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll do it because I want to make sure Mama Fox is hydrated. So that's more important.
Have you, as you've said to me before, I've got to disappear for a minute. I'll be right back. You've said that to me many a time.
Yeah, but it's okay when there's somebody else on the stream with you because then they can take over for a minute.
Yeah, no, this is what you've advised me for when I'm streaming without you guys. So, follow your own.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
mister.
but you've got medical reasons to do that.
I know, but stop trying to wheedle out of it, mister.
I don't wheedle. I weasel. It's different.
Yeah,
It's spelt differently for a start.
it's the same principle.
I'm the king of weasels, not king of wheedles.
Unless of course,
Wheedled in my life.
unless of course it's Mr. Weevil. See what I did
Or Jeremy
there?
Weedle. You see what I did there?
Yeah, I still think you should do more streams, Mr. Weevil.
Yeah, I know. Well, so do I. But it's like I say, it's finding the time, isn't it? Yeah. It's finding the time I can go and often sometimes right, I'll do a stream and then I'm like, you know what? I've been doing stuff.
No, I'm on about the what's his name? Was it Mr. Weevil?
Oh, Uncle Weevy.
That's him.
Yes, I really
want to do more.
I really should inflict more Uncle Weevy on the unsuspecting public. I think I should.
Yeah.
The artist that created him has given me the go-ahead to do it and said he absolutely thinks I should do it. So he said, that's a brilliant idea. Please tell me when you do it.
Yeah, you know you want to.
I'm probably the first person that's mailed him about Uncle Weevy in about 20 years.
Yeah.
Imagine you're like a young and struggling and unknown artist, and 20 years later, some guy says, "Hey, can I use your thing? That's brilliant."
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, not only that, it's just something different, isn't it?
Uncle Weavy.
Yeah.
He went to Fun City to eat meatballs with Margaret. She likes soup. Right, what am I gluing on this? Now, what's his head? What head do I need? Was ist die Head gefahren? Die Toten?
Panzer Cat says, no, Uncle Weavy. No, never again. That makes it more plausible.
That sounds like, I very much fear the lady doth protesteth too much.
Yeah.
That sounds like somebody who really needs to see more Uncle Weavy in their life.
Absolutely.
Because as we all know, Uncle Weavy is the font of all knowledge.
Absolutely.
No one wears a random floral pattern shirt like Uncle Weavy.
Yeah, I can imagine the names Panzer's going to be calling you now.
Yeah.
Dan Kramer says he has that on his PC now.
What, Uncle Weavy? Good lad. That's at least 2 people in the world, well, 3 if you include the artist, Steve Tiffany. Steve Tiffany, is that his name? Steve Tiffany? Yeah, Steve Tiffany, the artist. Because he'll have it on his. The guy that made it. Plus, I think there's a couple of other people that did Dark Basic back in the day and probably recognise him from there. But yeah, Uncle Weavy.
Well, you could dedicate it to Panzer now, can't you, being that he's so keen on it?
The Duchess ate soup in Fun City.
I think you should put a poll up in the boom up.
I say, who wants? Should I stream more Uncle Weavy? And the options are yes, oh yes, absolutely yes. Why, of course yes, and definitely yes.
Absolutely.
I see that as a completely democratic way of guaranteeing more Uncle Weavy content. For anyone who doesn't know what Uncle Weavy is, I'll let Panzer explain.
Yeah.
Or Dan.
Yeah. Email panzercat@geocities.com.
If you'd like to not see Uncle Weavy, please mail helgan35@geocities.com. Yeah. If you wish to see more Uncle Weavy, do nothing.
Absolutely. Do nothing but click the bell on Fox's channel. And all your Uncle Weavy goodness will be imparted.
I've got this gun in Cyberpunk that's got an AI built into it, and every now and then, just randomly, when you aim, you pull the gun out, and when you aim, before you have a chance to do anything, it just fires a few rounds off, and you're like, and sometimes it goes like, use it independent firing mode activated.
Yeah.
If you wish to continue this mode, please jump. And then sometimes you'll pull the gun out and it'll just fire a round off and it'll just go, premature discharge. I'm sorry, this never happens.
Edward says, bye to Uncle Weavy. They're not fans, are they?
Nope.
Why? What's so bad?
It's because they haven't had enough Uncle Weavy in their life.
Yeah.
Once you've had enough Uncle Weavy in your life, you'll come to love Uncle Weavy. He will be your raison d'etre. Your font of all knowledge, your buffer against this cruel and harsh world, your rock in a stormy ocean.
Yeah, embrace your inner weaviness.
Mm-hmm. Your something sea of human troubles. Now is the winter of our discontent. Do you know what?
What's that, mate?
I could be talking at my arse here, right?
Nothing wrong with that.
But in Richard III, which starts off with Richard III, Shakespeare, saying, now is the winter of our discontent, made glorious summer by this son of York. He obviously doesn't like the character to whom he's referring, the Duke of York or whatever it is. I don't really know, but it always seems to me like he's saying, because he hates him. It sounds like he's kind of saying, oh, look, everything's brilliant now because of this arse.
Yeah.
Everything was rubbish, but now because of him, everything's brilliant. But whenever anybody actually acts it, they just kind of go, now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by the summer. And I always think, it should be said with some disdain.
Yeah.
Like, now is the glorious summer. Like, you know, like, oh, look, everything's brilliant because of him.
Yeah.
But I've never seen anybody do that. I could be misinterpreting the lines, but I always get the impression he's having a dig at York.
Would make it a bit more interesting, wouldn't it?
Made glorious summer by the son of York. But no, he never does. I actually watched Olivier doing the Richard III soliloquy in the movie of, and I was like, it was very flat and lifeless until he got to the shouty bit.
Yeah.
And it's the classic way of doing it, but unfortunately it's very
dated.
Yeah, it's very like,
it's like, and
now I must do this thing to which I go, and so,
it's like, really.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by the son of York. I don't know, it doesn't really work anymore to me, that way of doing it.
No, it's like anything, modernise it at the end of the day and do it with a slightly different take, and I think it would probably garner a bit of interest.
If you never wish to see Uncle Weevy again, press 6 to speak to an operator and have your credit card ready.
Yeah.
Where are we? Dan Kramer says, I left Weevy up for the whole stream. It was surreal. I just wish we could add more words to him. Yes, I'm guessing it's Steve Tiffany that was the artist that did all the dialogue. I'm guessing it's his face as well. I don't know actually what he looks like. Fox, you're really overselling this Uncle Weevy thing. Rabbit says in Canada it's now is the winter of our discount tent.
I see what you did there.
I keep trying to flip my lenses down and they're there on the bench, idiot.
Oh, you spoon.
I know. Only the finest spoonularity from me. You would expect no more, less.
Absolutely.
Or less. Either is good. Either or. Either or. Do you say either or either?
Either. Why?
I don't know, because I say either, but I can't say either or. I say either or.
Yeah, either.
It's like I say either, but I can't. But it's either or.
Yeah.
I don't. That's weird. I never
Mind
thought
you,
that
though,
before.
you are asking the king of mispronunciation. You know.
Oh, don't do that. You know it makes me angry.
I know. What do you think?
How weird's that? You got this big device with an orc head on the end of it.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's like an orc snake.
Brilliant.
Ew. Now is the winter of our discount tent. If I glue that head onto that component, is that going to make it an arse to install? I don't think so.
No, I think I glued mine on and then just dropped it all in one hit.
It looks weird. I'll glue it on. Screw it.
Yeah.
Screw it, I'll glue it. Because then I can paint the head separately and...
Yeah.
Screw it, I shall glue it.
If it does go wrong, it'll blame me.
Look, see, I made an orc worm, look.
Oh, I'm impressed.
That's kind of disturbing in many, many ways.
Yeah, that is the man with the world's longest neck.
Yeah, I can think of some other candidates.
Oh,
yeah, that does fit on. It's like a weird mechanical worm. I'm moving on from that now. It's going to just disturb me too much. It's like a peyote trip orc.
So, when are you doing your dedication to Panzer Uncle Weevy showed him?
Sponsored by Panzer, who requested this much.
Yeah.
With many requesting words. And I'll make sure in the title and description to make sure everybody knows it was absolutely Panzer's decision for me to do more.
Absolutely.
Because it's only fair to drop him. I mean, make that obvious.
I'm sure he'll thoroughly appreciate that.
He will thoroughly appreciate this. He will like it very much. Oh, this is real fiddly now. I've got to try and get the pilot in there and the dashboard, but I don't want to... Oh! I don't know how I'm going to do that.
Dan Kramer says, you know what they say about men with long necks? They own a lot of scarves. Did they?
Yeah. It's really just a giraffe in a really long trench coat. Or it's 4 Ewoks in a long trench coat pretending to be a human. 4 Jawas. I don't remember the joke now. Okay, time for me to head back for round 2 of the Idiots. Catch up with some of you in the streams over the weekend, says Panzer. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, you mind how you go, Panzer, mate. I'll let you know when Fox is scheduling Uncle Weevy, mate, so you don't miss it.
Panzer Cat, official sponsor of the 2022 Uncle Weevy season on Channel 4.
There you go.
Uncle Weevy live streams brought to you by Panzer. That's his fault, folks. Blame him. There you go.
Yeah, Panzer made you do it. I'm so going to pay for this.
In association with Panzer.
I hope you realise this. He will make me suffer for this.
Why?
Because he will. He'll grass me up to Sarah Jane and oh my.
Why will he make you suffer though? Because it's not you streaming Uncle. I should send you Uncle Weevy and you could stream it as well at the same time on your channel. That'd torture you even more.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You'd be like, no, double Weevy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Weevy come, Weevy go. Right, I need a 10. A 10.
Oh yeah, Retro comes up with a good one there. Uncle Weevy's top reviews. No, please stop. Why would anyone do this? And this is marvellous. It would, you know. Uncle Weevy reveals an inbox kit build.
As long as what's in the box is soup.
Yeah.
Or spaghetti. Where is A10? Is this on the A sprue that's actually not the A sprue? Should I be looking at the other sprue that's an A sprue that isn't actually labelled A? Oh no, there it is. I'll let you off. Just this once.
Uh.
You
can always have Uncle Weevy reviewing Craftsman.
Craftsman.
Uncle Weevy versus the Craftsman.
Thing is, I can't really guarantee what Uncle Weevy would actually say, and he only says a limited number of things. So
yeah.
It's not like we can really control him.
It's not something you can program, is it?
Well, you could. I mean, the whole point of when he was in the Dark Basic program was he was one of the things that came with it, and you could tweak with it, but you'd have to re-record all the dialogue, and
yeah,
I'm sure Steve Tiffany wouldn't do it for free.
Yeah.
Besides, how can you not like that epic moustache action going on? Come on.
It was the fact that it was hated on quite badly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When you put it on your channel, and it's like, I thought it was really cool. It was like, yeah, get in there.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Uncle Weevy, have at him.
I'm so tempted to do it now and just do a screen share. Bring Uncle Weevy in, but I can't think I can do that.
Oh, you know you want to.
I don't think I'd be able to. I don't know how it'd work.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I move a mouse, it would stop working. So.
Oh right, yeah.
He would cease to exist.
A Friday frolic with Fox, Festa, and Uncle Weevy.
And oh God, it's Uncle Weevy. Welcome to the Oh God, it's Uncle Weevy show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never mind, hush, hush, here come the bears. It's, oh God, here comes Uncle Weevy.
I'll just imagine that. Yeah, I think we'd get called a few names, didn't you?
Here comes the Weavster. Call me all the names you want. I control the buttons.
Edward Leonard says Mystery Science Theatre 300 with Uncle Weevy.
She goes down to Fun City to eat soup.
I reckon he's a secret fan deep down, didn't you?
I think everybody's a secret fan of Uncle Weevy. I think you either like Weevy or you're an idiot.
Bad.
I think it's a simple situation like that, basically.
What
Because
made
basically,
you,
look,
what made you just decide to do it? Was it just something random you came across one day?
no, well, like 20 years ago, I got Dark Basic, which was a learn how to write basic games in BASIC.
Oh right, yeah.
It was like a point and click kind of program, and
Yeah.
it wasn't very. I didn't do much with it, and I never got anywhere with it. And it only made really simple basic things anyway.
Yeah.
It was like a sort of point and click how to learn to program in BASIC. Kind of,
Yeah. Early,
Even
or,
though-
yeah.
yeah, even though nobody wrote programmed in BASIC at that point, because it was like the year 90. It was like 2001.
Oh blimey, yeah. It'd all gone on from different
Yes.
things then, yeah.
I think it was just like anyway, but it came with that, and then I forgot all about it, and then I can't remember what triggered me to remember it a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
I must have seen something, and I thought, and it reminded me of Uncle Weevy, and then I looked it up.
Yeah.
I thought, what was it called? It was called Uncle something, and I found it, and I was like, oh, it's actually still downloadable. All right, cool.
Yeah.
See, what I might do one day is just record like a 10-hour marathon of Uncle Weevy and just put it up on YouTube.
You know you want to.
I mean, if somebody can do like a 10-hour thing of Nyan Cat, then I can do 10 hours of Uncle Weevy.
Yeah. Mate, I've done 9 hours of my fish tank.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah.
Ding. Dan Kramer puts a thing up of Uncle Weevy. I think that's like one of the only YouTube videos of Uncle Weevy on the YouTubes. Unless that's my live stream, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think, mate, he didn't expect anyone to show an interest in it, did he?
Well, he's an artist. It was Uncle Weevy was an art installation.
Yeah.
It was an art piece that he did for a thing in Germany, an interactive art thing in Germany, I think it was.
Yeah.
And then it got included in Dark Basic, but I think it's basically just it was a piece of art. He did it as an artwork,
Yeah.
digital art. It was in the early days of digital art, you see, so he wasn't selling it. So that's where the Weevy comes from. What am I going to do with this guy's arms? Oh, bummelopes. Oh, bent the flipping... Oh, already I've almost snapped off that sight on the front of the radiator.
Bummerloats.
I knew this thing would get bent and snapped. Look at it. I've already almost bent it
Oh,
off
they're
there.
a pain in the arse, them things, mate.
I know. But the thing is, I love it so much.
Yeah,
I ended up...
I took mine off until right at the end, but since then, obviously, I've moved it and they've... Again.
Yeah, I'd take mine off, but it'd snap.
Yeah.
I think you get another one there.
You
I think
do.
mine
There
snapped.
is another one in there.
Mine broke off a few times on the other one I did, and I ended up just super gluing it on afterwards.
Well, I'm hoping now that I've got that other one and it's been built as something else, I can steal the one off it and
Yeah.
redeem my Wasbom.
The one that I did, that I sold... Oh, you get a couple of them, actually. That's all right.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said to you. There's another one on the sprue, mate.
Oh, no, they're for the machine gun, though, aren't they? Oh, arse. I think. Are they for the machine guns? Oh, maybe not. I could always...
Oh, yeah, decisions have been made, folks. This is the
Same
noises.
size.
This is the noise of a fox that's thinking.
This is a journey into sound. Oh, they are the same. Tell you what, I might snap it off and then drill a little hole later. Because I'm just going to break the fucker off, aren't I?
Yeah,
I should have... I swear, didn't I?
that's all right, mate.
Then something just
about
fell off. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. We're all grown-ups.
Don't worry. Everyone's equal in my eye.
If YouTube want to punish me for one F, then that's up to them.
They don't really do that for swearing anymore. Diddly bum, diddly bum, diddly bum, diddly bum. Hey, this is going to be tricky now because I've got to have the arms holding the yoke, and that attaches to the dashboard, but I can't put them on the figure. I can't put the figure in till later because I want to be able to paint the figure without having it in the cockpit because that'll be easier. butt. And it's a big butt. I like big butts. No, sorry.
Why did I know that was coming?
39 and 40.
Oh, bless you. You're so wrong.
I'm made of wrong. 39 and 40. I've only got 4 sprues. Come on, it can't be that hard. Right, there's one. There's the other. 39.
Edward Leonard says the funny part was me and me buddy did this years before I ever did the show. Laugh out loud.
Did what?
I don't know. They're on a. Oh, EC Idaho says he has a bunch of the old MST3KKTMA original episodes on DVD. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sitting around lampooning the. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yells. Man in suit. Man in suit. I used to love it when they used to shout that every time Godzilla came on the screen. Thing is, I'd put that in conversations sometimes in chats and nobody ever gets it.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because nobody remembers it from MST3K. Sadly.
Well, they're all too young now, aren't they? They're all size age.
They're all children.
You know, and it's like...
You don't know they're born. Don't know nothing about anything, these children today. Don't know nothing about anything. Nothing about anything.
It's when you come out with stuff and they go, who's that? What's that? And it's like, how do you not know? We've got to educate Si, really, haven't we?
Yeah. It's like, you know, when somebody says to me, how do you not know about Star Trek Lower Decks? Or how do you not know about this on, like, Moon Knight?
Yeah. I know. I'd love to meet these people, Fox. They shouldn't be allowed out, should they, mate?
All I can hear from your end is doot, doot, doot.
Yeah.
Reversing noise.
This vehicle is reversing. Tilt.
This vessel is reversing. Cashier number 4, please. Hello, Mama Fox. Hello, Mama Fox.
Oh,
Croaky
bless her.
voice. So yes, I have no idea what.
Just imagine her going, I wish he'd shut up. I only want to go and have a pee.
Yeah. I'm going for a wee. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Ain't time to get up. Leave me alone. Go away.
Yeah.
Bless her.
She has this annoying habit of getting up to go for a wee just at the exact minute I'm about to go in and wake her up. So I have to give her an extra 15 minutes in bed. I'm like,
yeah.
No. Cowbag.
Oh, yeah. Imagine her. She's laying there going, yeah, he's going to be wanting to come and get me up in a minute. So if I go now, I'll get another half hour. God.
Yeah.
Just know that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
Fair play. That's just earned Mama Fox even more legendary status.
Yes. She's anything she can do to make my life more complicated. Boy, howdy will she.
She's not daft, mate.
Nope. Cowbag.
Oh, bless her. Poor mum.
It goes on there. If I attach his arm bones, how does that then? How does that with what? Oh, I see. No, maybe not. If I was to attach his arms, could I then insert the dashboard? The instrument panel. I don't know. I'm going to have to paint him in the cockpit art in situ, aren't I, basically, I think. Ugh. It's not so bad when it's a closed cockpit, because you can't really see everything through the...
Yeah.
But when you've got an open cockpit, you can see everything.
Yeah.
I'd rather paint him not in the cockpit, and then have a good job at painting him.
Paint him before he goes in, then.
Well, no, because the thing is his hands are on the control yoke, which is on top of the dashboard part. So I don't think I can put the dashboard in after I've put his arms in. But I don't really want to stick his arms on after he's in painted.
Yeah.
It's like you've got him and then the dashboard, the instrument panel, and then the control yoke with his arms on it. And I'd rather have it separate, but I don't think I can do that. But I can't test it because I can't temporarily stick his arms on without knowing how they attach.
Can you not stick them on with a bit of canopy glue, something like that, mate? That isn't going to give you a permanent fix.
Well, actually, I can see just very quickly here. I don't think I'll be able to get the console in. Well, then again. Maybe I just maybe I can. Maybe I should just do it and just suffer the consequences later. Hell, if it goes wrong, I'll just paint the canopy cover. I'll just put a full canopy on it and paint it black.
Oh, that'll be why the other one's done that way then.
Like a chud. Or I could just snap that bit off the bottom and not have it there. And no one will ever know. No one will ever know.
Apart from everyone watching the stream and yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to glue the arms on. I'm going to glue the arm. I'm going to risk it for a biscuit. I'm going to risk it for a biscuit, and I'm going to see what happens. Worst comes to the worst, I snap off that little bit of nonsense there somehow, and it comes out looking stupid like a floating flight stick that makes no sense. Worst comes to the worst, I just put a little bit of... If he ends up with a big floating flight stick, I'll just put a little piece of plastic sticking down into the floor. There you go. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it. That rhymed.
I know, I'm impressed.
Are you impressed?
I am.
You should be. I am very impressive. Of course, it does mean I can't paint his belt buckle for easily because there's a dirty, great big pair of hands in the way. But hey, we get what we give him. We take
Absolutely.
What we get.
You go with the flow.
We thing with the stuff from the. All hail the flying spaghetti monster and his noodly appendages. I can put them up there. So if I do that, I'm taking a big risk now. I put that on there and I see if I can. Yes! Huge, massive success, kind of, even though his control stick's kind of floating in midair. I think that's a huge success in my book. Where are my tweezelators?
And you've been a legend.
I think there may be some ledge activity going on. Yes. 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 Maybe. No. Yes. Huge success. Yes, I can put the instrument panel in after he's been inserted into the cockpit.
Yay.
Fantabulosity. So the build order will not plan this now. It means I've got lots of bits sitting around, but I don't think I can put the console in there and then him, though. I don't think that would work. Let's just try it. Loosey-goosey and see what happens.
See, folks, and no weavies were armed in the making of this episode.
Oh! Oh! Sperm.
Iron Man 129's in, saying morning all. Hello, Iron Man.
Evening.
I hope you're doing all right, mate.
Morning. Dude, I can actually put the instrument panel in and then slide him in later.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
I may have spermed just a little bit now.
Oh, no.
Yes, that means I can paint him completely, and it means I can glue the instrument panel in place and not stress about having the instrument panel sitting around floating about everywhere. Moisture.
I'm so impressed with you, you know.
Moisture. Moisture is always the correct answer.
Is that non-sweaty man moisture?
It's the moisture of happiness. Happiness, I said. I shall insert the instrument panel into the place of instruments. Yes. I know I fart about sometimes like this for ages and seem to waste time, but I just
at the end of the day, it's your process. And at the end of the day, it works.
Well, I was about to say this is all trying to reduce the amount of work I have to do later, so that if I need something to be separate so I can paint it,
Yeah.
I'll do that. But if I don't need it to be separate, I haven't wasted my time having it on a stick somewhere,
Yeah.
farting about with it. Bye, Mama Fox. She said bye interwebs, if you didn't hear.
Bless her.
My Mama Fox is 83 and she knows the word interwebs.
I know, she's brilliant, isn't she?
She does know it's not a series of tubes, which sets her apart from pretty much most of the United States Congress, but hey. Or Senate, I should say, not Congress. Well, then again, you never know. So that's in there. Booge. Now he can slide in like that. Slide him in. There you go. Oh, yeah, of course I know, yeah. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. Now I can't put his heads on there. So the build order would be, I'd put that in there, fully painted. I'd insert the little gentleman into his special hole. I'll rephrase that. And then I'd put that over there like that. Like some weird demonic head that now doesn't fit. Wait. Okay, that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
We have a situation. We have a situation.
Quick, everyone drop what they're doing.
Okay, I'd have to... How would I... I'm not in Kansas anymore.
Fox has a situation. A Cobra meeting has been called.
Suddenly we're having technical difficulties. That goes on there like that. That goes on there like that. That I've already glued on, so I can't move it now. Oh yeah, there we go. A little bit of kajiggling later on. So theoretically, that will go in. He'll go in there. That will sort of get persuaded to sit on there. And I wouldn't have to glue in any of that.
Yeah, a lot of it's resistance fit, isn't it?
Well, yeah, kind of. It just all holds itself in place like a cool thing. It'll be a fiddly little fit, but I'll get it done. It means I can paint basically his head on that bit of panelling. I can have him on a stick for that bit. So I can get to all of him to paint him. And the cockpit's there, which means I can get to the instrument panel quite easily. Flumpatron. Happiness, happiness, happiness. Drink tea, drink tea.
Oh, that's a good shout. I've got a cup sat there.
It's been about 6 months now and I've kind of got used to drinking tea cold, where it's not offensive anymore. But it also means if I try and drink coffee now, I get the palpitations and the sweats.
Oh, really?
I think I may have unfortunately killed myself ever drinking coffee ever again. It's not good.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee because I get coffee rush. You know,
everybody should drink coffee, really. But
yeah, it's...
Diddly bum, diddly bum, diddly bum. Super match game. Right, let's... what's next? Next we have to... Oh, it's the dirty, great big exhaust pipes on the supercharger. Get in!
Oh, get in!
You filthy bastard! Let's get this done.
Yeah, that's seriously sexy exhausts.
Filthy, dirty manifolds. Big, fat, rusty, dirty, big old manifolds.
Get your manifolds here, free for a pound.
Big, fat, girthy.
Underneath the manifolds.
You know, girthy pipe work.
Yeah, shush your pipe work.
I like a nice bit of girthy pipe work.
Oh, it sounds so wrong.
Yeah. What were you saying you were going to get out on the desk earlier on?
Yeah, Paul Lewis has got a bounce. Catch you next time. Continued success. Salutes. Be seeing you. You take care, Paul. Always lovely to see you in, mate. And many thanks for keeping us company, mate.
Nice to see you. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Didn't you do well? Right, so big fat girthy pipe work here. It's just such a nice design, the way they have this like dirty great big supercharger sticking up on the dashboard, making any view from the pilot cockpit area impossible. And then these massive dirty great big manifolds coming out of that into that from the engine bay. Oh, because they're just meant to be rust coloured. It's just like weathering stiffy time. It really is. I'm not into cars and stuff, but even I can get excited by the size of a dirty great big manifold.
Oh yeah.
Right, so that one needs to go.
Oh yeah, big bit of flared open pipage, mate. Oh.
And especially when it's got like a bit of pipe and then a thinner pipe with holes in it and then a piece of metal plating over that, so I can see the different colours it's going to have. Coppers and silvers. Oh, trouser tent.
Oh yeah, it's definitely stirrings in your loins material.
Oh, It gives you the fizz. It's just sometimes on a model kit, especially like on Warhammer, you'll have like a kit that looks really nice, but there's supposed to be a little detail that just gives you the ooh. It's just like, and for me, it's this dirty great big supercharger. You just
it's that the supercharger and the big old mangly exhaust. It's like how can people build it without that? I
know. Yeah, but it puts a little poncy little air intake on it and the downward pointing wings. They're clearly morons. Be taken out, and they need to go and taken out back and moved to the farm.
Needs to be an X-wing, mate, with loads of guns and weapons and bits hanging off it.
Maybe I'll buy another couple of these and build a biplane.
You know you want to.
Yeah. Or even a triplane. Yeah. But obviously, it would have to be red, though, of course.
Absolutely.
Although it's Orc, so it wouldn't be called a Fokker.
No.
What are you doing?
I am having a breather and having a couple of jelly babies, mate.
Ooh, jelly baby. Are you doing all right? Do you need to stop?
No, I'm doing all right, mate.
Call time?
No, I'm all right, mate.
Jolly good.
No.
Jolly good.
I'm fine, mate. Like I say, I'm just having me drink and me jelly babies.
I really want a jelly baby now.
I know. Bad, isn't it?
Oh, I haven't got any jelly babies.
Nah, props to Kevin for that one, mate. Yeah, we've got a little bit of the painting started.
You're doing painting and everything. I knew you'd rifle through that build in about 5 minutes.
Oh, there's still shed loads to do, but there's not a lot to it.
No.
That's the thing.
I could have milked it for about 5 weeks, though. You know what I'm like.
Really?
Yeah, I could have. What have I built tonight? I built that and that. But that's like about 6 parts. I couldn't really have made it last 5 weeks. Then again, I would have just spoken. I would have talked my way through half of it anyway. So I could have made it last 5 weeks maybe. You can do some chat dolling or something if you want, maybe.
I will do in a set, mate. I'm just
while you're chilling and illing.
I'll fill me face with me jelly babies, mate.
Do it. Jam them in your face holes.
Absolutely. Iron Man says I'm going to entertain you with belly and bench. Belly will be cheesy mash.
Ooh.
Bench is decaling. 8 1/72 Red Arrows Orcs, all in different titles they've carried over the years. Oh, nice.
How would you bring yourself to build 8 of the same thing? I would have given up the will to live by that point.
Yeah, it's a bit like building 10 boys, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit like building 6 sponsons for a Baneblade. You just give up the will to live by that.
Absolutely, mate.
Never want to do a sponson again.
Edward Leonard says to you, I hope, he says, you're at least going to paint spirals on the nose cone. Yeah, got to.
I'm tempted to, but it might be scary.
Why?
I haven't got any device that I can have to spin it round, so I can go with the brush. That'd be cool. Because the thing is, even though it's Orcs and it's supposed to be painted by a grot, I'd be like so anal that I'd need to make sure it was perfect, a perfect spiral.
Spiral.
Oh, that looks really cool. I know, but I'd be like, I need to get it exactly mathematically correct, otherwise I'll just have to not sleep for a week. Oh, that's why I do my checkers at a jaunty angle.
I got that thing gross that I did them on the smaller ones as well.
If you ever notice when I do my checkers, I tend to do them where I can as much as possible, not like vertical horizontal, but like at 45 degrees.
Yeah, I'd noticed that.
It's because if you do them vertically and horizontal, especially on a wing,
yeah,
like if you've got like an air of a foil there, like an aileron, and you do your checkers vertically and horizontally, if you're not exactly lined up with the panel lines, people will spot it. If you do it at 45 degrees, you've not got a vertical or horizontal to compare. There's nothing at 45 degrees to line it up with, so nobody will spot if it's not quite the right width or not quite. So I just discovered when I did it on my wings last time I did one of these, by doing it at 45 degrees ish, it gives you a lot more freedom to have some a bit like out of whack. If you do it onto the vertical or horizontal, of course, you can compare it to the panelized, and then people can see when you've gone a bit wonky wonky.
It's a bit Brahms and Liszt,
Yeah, but at 45 degrees, nobody will notice. And it just made it easier to paint as well, because I could chill out a bit and just... It wasn't as obvious. It's all the little weasel ways of getting out of doing things.
I've got to admit, it's a good tip, though.
If you struggle to do... Ow, that was really loud in my ear. If you struggle to do, like, horizontals and verticals really neatly or efficiently, do them at an angle. It looks a bit more dynamic, and it also just gets you out of having to stress about it.
Absolutely. Dan Kramer says, what's that? Rift Tracks is also excellent fare. The way they can just sell the MP3. They can now do new movies without these license issues.
What is Rift Tracks? I've heard of it. I've no idea what it is there.
No idea, mate.
I've heard it mentioned, but I don't know what it is. A few rivets I'll need to replace. Well, that's the point.
Edward says, Colin did it, and I did it. Now you need to do it.
Yeah, but
he's not going to let you go, is he?
No, and I want to do it, but I know what I'm like. I'm such a goddamn perfectionist that if it wasn't 100% mathematically correct, I'd just be like pulling my hair out, constantly fiddling with it, and it's like, even though it's like it doesn't need to be correct, it's orcs. It can be a bit rough, and I can't.
Yeah, it's the problem with you is you spent so long doing Space Marine. Things where it had to be neat and perfect, and coming in to walk, it goes against your psyche, doesn't it? Of having to know that you can just do it wrong because it's orc. It just it doesn't compute with you.
It's like it's a bit like that thing I've mentioned before, where I was driving behind that transit van that had a brown streak going down the back door at 45 degrees, because it'd obviously been parked at an angle, because it'd been parked up on a curb.
Yeah. And
the rust had leached at an angle on the door. So it's driving along with the streak going like that.
Yeah,
And if I made that model, it would make no sense at all.
No.
And people would think I was an idiot. But of course I knew it was real. So it's like, if I'm so used to painting things neatly and not being an orc, that if I paint scruffy checkers, for example, it's completely accurate, because it's a grot painting it with a paint squig under threat of having his head stoved in by an orc.
Yeah.
It's not going to be neat. He's probably standing on the shoulders of another grot to do it, but it doesn't matter if it's rough and ready. But then I think, but if I put that in front of people, they'll be like, well, you can't paint checkers very well, can you? It's like, no, it's orc. Ooh. So there's a little bit in my brain that won't let that go, you see. It still needs to be neat and tidy. It's weird. I can't channel my inner orc.
Edward says, so mine and Colin's look like shit then. Okay, laugh out loud. Well, mine does. I don't know about yours.
No, they look fine. They look fine. They look perfectly in keeping with orc goodness. But that's just the bit I can't do.
See, I'm blessed in a way, because I've come into this with no preconceptions other than orc. Whereas if I had to do a Space Marine or a figure to size level, that would be straight out my comfort zone, because it's not orc. So it'd be the opposite end of the spectrum for me, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, the way you've painted it, it's perfect because it is, because it's not because it's imperfect. It's perfect because it's orc.
Yeah.
And that's what I would want mine to look like. If I was painting it, I want it to look imperfect, because that's the whole point. But I can't. My brain can't cope with anything that's not. I mean, not that I can paint perfect. Even when I do checkers, they're all over the place. But I'll use workarounds to get around, like doing it at 45 degrees, or weathering and stuff, just to hide, because it's never going to be perfect. But with a spiral, it's like,
yeah, it was a challenge.
Yes. It's a bit like painting. It'd be like painting checkers on a nose cone of a bomb.
Yeah.
Theoretically, they start small and get bigger, but my brain would be like, "That's not right. That's just not. That's
absolutely
not right."
It's one of them. I couldn't envisage the nose cone without the spiral.
No, that's the problem I have. I want to do one.
Yeah, YouTube is blocking the word twat. Yeah.
Yes, that could be either because Colin set it as a bad word or YouTube decided it's automatically a bad word.
Yeah.
Don't forget, as a YouTube channel creator, we can set the words on our channels that people are allowed to type in chat. There are certain words on my channel, for example, that you can't put in chat ever. It'll just stop. If you ever type a comment and it doesn't appear, it's because it's blocked. It never tells the person typing, usually. It just doesn't bother posting the comment.
No. We've learnt that over the years, haven't we?
Yeah.
Because...
my channel's got a big long list of excluded words. You'd be surprised some of the words on my list. Yeah, some of it is to prevent spam. Some of it is to prevent certain conversations coming up.
Yeah.
And some of it's just to avoid nonsense. I've got a big long list of words blocked on mine. But some of it is just YouTube automatically filtering words out anyway.
Oh yeah, YouTube's a better police officer at that than we could ever be.
Although I don't think YouTube filters out many swears in chat though, because I don't really have a problem with swearing in my chat so much. So, because I can't control the chat, so I don't think it filters chat. So I'm assuming that must be a word that at some point you've set then maybe.
Yeah, it's on my list, mate. I'm not going to go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to repeat.
No.
I'm not going to repeat the words that I've blocked, but
No. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, as I was saying, I didn't think it was YouTube doing it.
Yeah, I'm not hiding the fact that it's one of my block words. There's many in there, but I'm not going to say them on air.
No.
It's just I was the victim of a bit of hate, as you know, and I just got fed up with it. And because I have an audience, someone like James, his little daughter watches, and she's 3 years old, for crying out loud. So
yeah.
They don't want to go through my channel and see comments that are being disrespectful. So,
yeah.
So, due to other people's idiocy, I had to put a lot of filters in my chat. So, sorry, but that's just how it is. Blame them, not me. For
me, it's mostly things. My keywords are basically some things to stop spam. Because spam tends to have the same kind of things. Some things to stop spam and some things to stop certain subjects coming up.
Yeah.
And that's it. I don't really bother about swearing because I don't really care. It doesn't affect monetization, but like you say, if you've got like young viewers,
absolutely,
there's nothing wrong with.
My nephew will come in, he'll be going through my channel, and his little lad might be there. Now, they don't want to see that.
No.
So dare I say it, these idiots think they're being clever. But they're not.
Now, I will warn people, talking of adults and stuff, when I get round to streaming Cyberpunk, if you are of a sensitive nature and you don't like swearing or body parts, and I mean literally all the body parts.
Don't watch.
What?
Don't watch, innit?
Yeah, or anything sexual, anything like that, then you don't want to watch because it's quite... it's not that bad, but there's some uncensored content.
Yeah.
There are shops, for example, there are a number of shops in the game that sell sex toys. There's all kinds of stuff. It's very adult in its content, and on the actual character screen, where you can choose your outfit and stuff. If I forget and take my pants off, there's nothing under there, but there's everything under there. So it's entirely possible you see, parts by accident.
Yeah,
it doesn't bother me. I don't give a crap. I'm a grown-up adult, but
we've all got them at the end of the day.
Yeah, if anybody's a bit delicate and doesn't like that kind of thing, then yeah, Cyberpunk might not be for you.
Put a disclaimer up on the stream. Cover yourself.
I think most people watching it would know what it is anyway. Retro Rabbit says spadoinkle. That word works. Crabadonk. Why are we talking about words?
Because someone was on about a block.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah. Spadoinkle. I like the word badonkadonk that I first came across in Borderlands. Tiny Tina says it in the original Borderlands, in the Borderlands 2. So they didn't model undies, says Dan Kramer. No, when you might have like a, well, there's a couple of like undergarments that are full body suits, like a net runner's suit, which is like a full suit that goes under your clothes.
Yeah.
But you don't have to wear one of those. You don't have to wear one at all. Some of that classes as like an undergarment, but some of the undergarments are just like a t-shirt. But like some of them are full body things. So if you're just wearing, say, pants, and you've not got a full body undergarment, that's just if your undergarment is just a t-shirt, then when you take them pants off, everything's there.
People are going to see your brooch and earrings, basically.
They're going to know what.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to know what religion I am, and put it that way.
Yeah.
So, but that's the only problem. The only thing, of course, is that in the game, it's totally different. There's no full nudity in the actual game itself.
Yeah.
Well, there is one instance of it, I think, and it's not your character. When if you take all your outfit off in the game and look at yourself in a mirror, you'd got underpants on.
Yeah.
And you never see yourself in third person apart from on the back of a motorbike, so. Which is a shame, because I wanted to wander around Cyberpunk completely butt naked, but I couldn't. So. Never mind.
Only you would want to do that.
Well, it's nonsense, isn't it? It's fun.
That's the Brit in us, because us Brits, we do like a bit of a moonie.
Yeah.
You don't see it in other countries, do you? But the good old British streaker. Back in the day, every sporting event, you would have someone who would just drop all their gear off and go running on the pitch. It's like, half time, got to be a streaker.
That's probably because they go on the sex offenders register now and they're like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on. Part A5, that's what I want. So, yes, if you're of a delicate nature and you don't like adult themes, then, yeah, you probably shouldn't watch Cyberpunk 70. Me play Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
There are some.
We never set out intentionally to offend, do we? But obviously there's going to be content that is more mature, you know. It's just how we are, you know. We're grown adults as well, you know.
I try and offend people all the time if I can. Nothing that's as amusing as offending people with delicate sensibilities. Which one was that one? That was that one. A7 and A5. So A7's that one. A5 is that one. There we go.
Yeah, it's surprising sometimes, like say how little things can be taken the wrong way, can't it?
I knew a girl like that one.
Yeah. See what he did there.
Here all week trying to fish.
Yeah, I'll be here all week. I'll be here all week.
Here all week trying to fish. He's a good lad. He's a good lad. Which way around does this go now? I've got an L-shaped peg and an L-shaped hole, and my brain just can't quite process the right way around to get them in. It's like going, I can't do it.
Your brain is really weird at times.
When I say my brain, that's obviously in like bunny ears air quotes as well. Let's not mince. Oh, big fat bastard exhaust. Oh. Manifold, I should say, not exhaust.
Oh, well, you're such a tart.
I know. Just so satisfying. It's like, it's like the engineering equivalent of a lovely pert lady's bottom. It's just, just right. It's just perfect. It's like, mouth-watering and slightly pleasing in many ways. It's just aesthetically spot on.
You're like Phil Harding, you are, when he finds a really nice bit of Roman pottery or a bit of napped flint.
Oh, a bit of napped flint. Oh, har.
Tony. Look at
that. Look at that. Iron Age.
Yeah, come and have a look at this, Tony.
Nothing makes Tony as happy as a nice bit of Paleolithic napped flint.
Yeah.
Coming up out of the ground. I remember Tony used to get so despondent when they'd be looking for, like, Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah.
Because it was hard to find Anglo-Saxon stuff because it's so ephemeral. They'd be looking for some kind of Anglo-Saxon. And invariably they'd find a load of Roman stuff. And they'd be like, Roman.
Yeah.
But they'd find, like, some Iron Age stuff. And, like, Phil Harding and Mick Astle. Mick
Aston.
What's his name? Mick Aston would be absolutely over the moon because Mick Aston's into his paleological stuff. Yeah. And of course Phil Harding loves his Iron Age with his. So they'd be over the moon like, but Tony would be like, but it's not
Yeah, it's not
Saxon, is it?
Yeah, it's not what we're looking for though, is it? And I go, but look, it's this, it's that, and you go, yeah, and
Nice bit of Nat Flint there, Tony. Shut up about your Anglo-Saxon rubbish.
Yeah.
Oh,
Big Ash will be going, how can he not be impressed? It's like, yeah, but
yeah.
I wanted to see some of that. And it's like, yeah, but it's this. It's like, yeah, but it ain't what I want. It's brilliant.
Yeah, but now we know this site's been in use for 10,000 years, not 3,000 years. Yeah, I know, but still. Yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but.
Yeah, but, you know.
I still want to dig a big hole in my garden.
Oh, yeah, I want to build an underground lair.
Yeah, big bunker.
Big bunker like Colin Furs.
Yep, all soundproofed. So what I need the world to do is invent nuclear fusion.
Yeah.
So that I can have a big massive bunker built under the garden. All soundproof so I can play my music and video games dead loud.
Yeah.
And have a little fusion reactor in there that'll last 1,000 years so that basically I never have to leave. Although I'd need to obviously find food from somewhere, so.
Could move your entire man cave down there, Fox.
Yeah.
How cool would that be?
I'd basically buy 50 years worth of vacuum dried food that lasts 50 or 60 years if it's stored correctly.
Yeah.
And then I'd just have all that moved down there and have a nuclear fusion reactor to fuse it, to power it for 50 years. I have internet and everything hooked in.
Yeah.
LED bulbs and a secondary bunker just for storage of all the things like, replacement bulbs and stuff. And then I'd spend the rest of my life down there, because why would you need to go outside?
Absolutely.
Of course, you'd have to get things. I suppose you'd have to go outside to get new things delivered at some point.
Yeah, but we don't want new things. We want all the old things, don't we?
But I remember, because we've all had that thing where we sit there and you do the thing about if you were to build an underground bunker.
Yeah.
It's a bit like if I won the lottery, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you think, okay, how would I do it? How would it be? And then you think, okay, so if you build this bunker for yourself and there's the nuclear apocalypse, whatever, or there's a meteorite impact or something like that, and you think, how would I survive it? Let's think, what would this bunker need? And you go through what you'd need. You'd obviously need like a fusion reactor for an unlimited power source, and you'd need some way of storing all the food and water supply. But then I often get to things like, okay, well, how would I do it in such a way that I can, if I need to, go back above ground? If it was like an asteroid impact or something, you can't just have like a hatch in the ground, because what if that gets covered in like a load of debris and stuff? So how do you make sure that even if it gets covered over with loads of extra stuff, you can still get out? You'd have to have some telescoping thing. Or
you would have a completely nuclear bomb-proof vacuum tube.
But the thing is that
you would suction yourself into.
No, but how would you, if you wanted to go out into the outside world again, but because of the apocalyptic nature of whatever it is that's happened, you've now got like 20 feet of, say...
You would have, like the mad scientist you are, you would have come up with a automatic breathing apparatus type contraption.
No, it's not breathing. No, it's how to get out. Like if I have a hatch in the ground, what if there's like 20 feet of like mud flow or lava flow on top of it? I can't never get out then, can I? I'm trapped.
You're fucked then, aren't you?
Yeah, I know. So you'd have to come up. You'd have to invent some kind of thing where like a laser goes round and cuts through whatever's above it and makes sure it's clear, and then the telescope.
Yeah,
I thought about
you would have a super deep tube that takes you down underground where you've bypassed a river, and you've got a personal one-man submarine down there.
Like that.
Yeah, that you would be able to travel in and get out that way. Bit like a bat cave, but it's a bat sub instead.
Yeah, because you can't just have like a door either on the surface, because then people could see it and say, what's in there? And they'd try and get in, and then you'd have to kill all the bandits.
Angus Hallett says, shovel. That's all what he did there.
That's to get in, no, to go up, not to go down.
Yeah.
Will Cyberpunk 77 be an in-town pants down situation? Says Rabbit. Like it's going, no, because you never see yourself, and also you never see yourself. There's no point. But also, every time I got into some kind of, because you never really, because you don't see yourself in third person. There's no benefit to doing like I do in Skyrim when in town pants come down. It will be a walking speed only though. From the moment I pick up, at first I'll be running around like an idiot until I can become over encumbered. There's no mods in the game, so I have to wait till I've become over encumbered with carrying too much crap, and then I'm at walking speed then. Richie Lamb's in. Morning, quick visit to give a thumbs up while I let the dog in the garden. Morning,
Hello,
Richie.
Richie. Welcome aboard, mate. Lovely to see you.
Owen Leonard says, but where are you going to poo? Well, ideally what would happen is, because you'd have a fusion reactor invented by then to power your bunker forever, but what you'd also have is some sort of replicator system that can use any matter of any kind, break it down into atoms, and then reconstitute it into whatever you want.
So you'd be eating your own shit.
Well, it breaks it down into atoms, at which point it's just atoms, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it can use water, it can use earth, it can collect rainwater and break it down into individual atoms and make it into a hot dog. It could take all your waste materials and all the waste materials you make, either bodily or leftover food, it just breaks down into atoms.
You've given this a lot of thought, haven't you, mate?
I have. It's one of those. I like to do little thought experiments like this when I'm just dropping off to sleep. usually on stupid things like this, but it's just because it's fun to
No
imagine.
wonder we can't sleep, because our brain always comes alive, doesn't it, the minute our head's hit the pillar.
Yeah, just little things like that. Like when I was playing Elite Dangerous, I'm like, what if I could actually have this ship? What would you need? Well, you'd need food, so they'd have a replicator. It'd be great. I like to have these
Dan
little
Kramer says, so he has tech as advanced as a replicator, but digging himself out is a concern.
Yeah, because at some point I might want to go up to the outside world and smell the air or look at a tree.
But you would have a periscope with an all-penetrating drill on the end of it that could drill up through anything, and then you could stick the periscope up and have a looky-loo.
But how would they get out?
Well, you could always have another drill that drills a personalised travel tube.
That could work. So, like I'm saying, like a telescopic.
Yeah.
Because it might be that there's a big tsunami and like suddenly my bunker entrance has got like 30 feet of mud on top of it.
Absolutely.
Like some South American village that nobody's seen for the last 30
exactly.
years.
You could shift off its axis and the oceans could be above your little thing, couldn't it? You could be at the bottom of the seabed and not know it. So
well, that'd be a bit of a shitter because then suddenly, like, I'm not going to have like a 3,000 meter evacuation tube.
Exactly.
But then I would just stay
down. It'd be easier to get out because you only have to get your sub, won't you? Raise that up, and you'd be well.
But of course, if it was like a post-apocalypse thing, at some point I want to go out into the outside world and actually find an army base and play with guns.
Dan Kramer says drill tanks are always the answer. Absolutely.
I think it'd have to be something involving lasers.
Yeah, Angus Allett says replicate the robots to do the digging.
No, that's true. That would be a big replicator.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be lasers. Lasers, it's like
lasers.
Sharks with lasers, there you go.
Although, having said all that, it'd be a lot easier just if that was the situation to just have a spaceship that was indestructible and had fusion reactors and replicators that had infinite power, infinite
could,
food
with all that tech, come up with a teleportation device that will teleport you to somewhere safe in a capsule with a gauge that you can test the air quality so you don't get a lungful of death.
I think you've gone too far there. Let's keep it sensible.
Yeah, but this is your eccentricities are creeping in here, so it's like I'm trying to get my brain into Fox mode.
I've got a creep in what, sorry?
Yeah. Dan Kramer says, yep, the drilled train from the core would fit the bill. Exactly, Dan.
Don't you dare mention that abomination of a film.
Brilliant film.
That's not even so bad that it's like Battlefield Earth bad. It's just bad.
That is an absolute quality movie, mate.
No, it's not. Because even though I can suspend disbelief, it just makes my inner science skeptic type person scream too much beyond the level of suspending disbelief.
It's got that.
Look, dirty great big exhaust, he said, changing the subject desperately.
Yeah.
I've got to do some rivets.
See, that would be good in the core. That, you'd be able to go down in your WAS bomb, see?
I'm using one of my pull-out drop-down drawers for the first time.
Oh, are you?
To get my rivets out.
Oh, I'm impressed.
Because the good thing is I don't have to get up to find the things in the drawer. The drawer tilts down and I can... Oh, yeah. Can I show you on camera? Yeah, look.
Of course you can. You're a tilt.
Look.
Yeah, look at that.
That's when my rivets are in there, you see, so I can... How good's that? Wait. I can't do it when I'm looking at it. There's me drill. I don't have to actually get off my arse now when I'm doing stuff like
I'm
that.
proud of you, mate. I'm proud of you.
Are you filling up?
I am, yeah. I'm welling up and proud of you because the fact that you built that all by yourself. And
With my own hands.
And it worked afterwards.
I know. Although I have to say on one of them, the bottom drawer is a bit sticky and a bit tight.
Ah, there you go.
But it's all right. Right, well, I've got to put some rivets on, haven't I? Let's find a place to put
I've
rivets.
dated worse.
Yeah, that's true. Hello, Mama Fox. I need my pin vise now. Let me go back to that drawer that I just opened a minute ago.
I'm impressed. I am.
That was so easy. I'm going to drill a hole where that little aiming sight should go, so that when I do actually put a replacement sight on it, I can pop the sight into the hole. That's one of the issues with that little reticle. What's it called? If it's an iron sight, isn't it? That little iron sight.
Yeah.
Is it doesn't go very far into the plastic because it's not a very deep hole. So I'm going to drill a little hole, which reminds me to put a sight there.
You're good. Do you know that?
Iron sight, you know, that bloke in the wheelchair.
Yeah, that was it. Is it William Conrad?
Actor McPherson face. He also played Perry Mason, didn't he?
Yeah. Look at me trying to be all knowledgeable.
Knowledgeable about things. What things do you know, Daddy? I know at least 3 things. What about? Just 3 things, dear.
Just about 3 things, yes.
Just about 3 things. So all a man needs to know, at least 3 things. As long as you know 3 things about something, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Very well, Father.
Yeah. Dan's saying, yeah, they're good day off, are high up, them drawers. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, what size rivets do I need? Doesn't matter because I took all of them off. Well done.
It's the fact he built them all by himself, Dan, that I'm so proud of.
Yeah, the fact I had to build them with my own delicate hands.
Oh, I can imagine the amount of hand cream that went on them hands with them blisters and
litres of it.
splinters and my hands.
Taking the tape off at the end. Oh,
yeah, my skin is so dry, Mum.
Such rudeness. Such rudeness. Right. Now, where were the original rivets? Sadly, I've sanded, so I don't really know. Let's just guess, shall we? Let's just throw a flying guess at it. See what happens. I have got the 2 nub marks. I can use them as rough, simple guides.
You're a rough, simple guide.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to think of a joke about rough, simple guides. It didn't come out. As long as they're reasonably symmetrical.
Absolutely.
I may end up adding more of the rivets than there were originally. But this is not a problem.
Yeah, but that's custom. That's what makes it unique, see?
Exactly.
Yeah, Dan says indeed it was almost like woodworking. Exactly, Dan. I bet Norm Abraham shitting himself, mate.
What?
Yeah.
Norm Abraham. Who's Norm Abraham?
Who's Norm Abraham? No. No. Sorry.
Why would... How, I don't watch things about woodworking. How would I know anything about...
He was on after Bob Ross. How can you not know Norm?
What do you mean on? What do you mean on after Bob Ross?
He was always on Discovery. Was Norm?
I don't watch Discovery Channel.
New Yankee Workshop, and
I don't watch television.
Oh, I'm so ashamed of you.
I saw Bob Ross. Where did I actually see Bob Ross? I don't know where I used to see Bob Ross, but it was never on bloody Discovery. It was in the days of terrestrial 4-channel television.
Oh, mate, I'm just so ashamed of you.
None of this nonsense with the Discovery Channel.
Discovery, Home and Leisure, Bob Ross.
Oh, bugger, that's all mean rivets.
Norm
just
Abraham, New Yankee
You made me
Workshop.
spill my rivets, look. Made me
Don't
spill the
care.
rivets.
I'm not even looking. I can't even look at you now.
Well, I didn't watch this. Why would I watch decorating programs? That's about decorating.
Proper woodworking it was, Norm. Yeah. Oh, I've got to get my router out. Oh, and he said it with a menacing look at the camera.
Why would I want to know about woodworking?
Oh, mate, Norm there with his little biscuit cutter, making pocket joints. Ah.
Do you know?
Today I am going to be making a shaker table. Brilliant. I'll be like, go on, Norm. Run it through your bandsaw, mate. Get in there. Teasing me with your pocket bloody biscuit cutting tools and shizzle.
I'm the operator in your pocket calculator.
Yeah. Oh, mate, legendary television.
I never had any interest in DIY and woodworking, so I had no reason
mate.
to ever watch such things. I'm just putting all my rivets back into the pot.
I'd just sit there, I'd look at my missus who was pregnant at the time and go, look, he's got biscuit cutter.
Arse.
Yeah.
This is harder than it looks. This is not easy.
Yeah. See, that's your punishment for not watching Norm, mate.
Why would I watch woodworking programs?
He would have shown you how to do that the easy way.
I have no interest in woodworking programs. Why would I watch them? Or home improvement programs.
Quality
I didn't
telly.
have a home.
He weren't. He was an old school cabinet maker. You think Jack Hargreaves was cool?
Yeah, well, Jack Hargreaves didn't do programs about woodwork, did he?
Yeah, he did. He used to make all kinds of fruit baskets and shizzle as well.
Yeah, but he did programs about rivers and mountains and other things as well.
Yeah.
I didn't watch programs about making furniture.
God,
Although nowadays I will happily watch Japanese craftsmen make things because they do it really quietly and carefully.
Oh, I remember the other one, the furniture guys. These two blokes used to basically restore furniture. Yeah, God, they was irritating. Well, there was a really, really big bloke with a really bad afro and a bloke with a ponytail that was of an age where he shouldn't have had a ponytail, you know what I mean?
Mm.
And everything was given a coat of shellac and that was it. It's like, yeah, they're really going all out on this.
At this point in my life, I was suffering the girlfriend who insisted on watching all the home improvement programmes on BBC or on Channel 4, which usually involved basically pretty much whichever one it was. Every time they improved a house, it involved making a cabinet out of really crap cheap MDF.
Home Time, Dean and Robin.
It involved making a gaudy chandelier type lamp hanging thing out of some crap or other and painting everything pink. And everything was MDF. And all I remember...
Oh, you're thinking of the one with Carol Smiley and that. Yeah.
I don't know, but all I remember is that one they had to do... Because my ex used to watch this crap and I'd be like, Jesus Christ, it's the same stuff every... And they go in and it'd be this really campy little guy and some woman and... They just did the same thing in every house, and it was like, really?
Yeah.
And to the point where they went into this house in Wales, which was owned by a miner, like a fat, hairy-arsed, middle-aged miner, and his dad. And they were both called, like, you know, Terry or something.
Yeah.
And they were both like, all right, I love you, or you don't, or whatever. They were like, you know, the house was straight out of the 90s, and they basically did everything in pink with MDF cabinets.
Yeah.
And it's like, did you actually even see who owns this house?
Yeah.
And it's like these two fat, hairy-arsed, old, middle-aged miners, as in people that go into the earth and dig coal.
Yeah.
And they saw it and they were like, I don't like it. Don't like it. Nope.
Yeah. Yeah. What
And it was like, but the thing is, it was like, because I've been sitting and suffering watching these for weeks, it'd be like, right, he's done another little crappy chandelier, and he's done another little MDF cabinet. It's the same thing in every. They just do the same thing in every house. Also, it looks crap, and also they're miners. Why would they want pink chandelier?
Didn't it used to get under your skin, did it?
No. So anyway, having to suffer that crap all the time, I didn't want to watch any DIY stuff after that.
Yeah.
So no, I did not watch woodworking nonsense.
No, Norm Abraham isn't DIY. He is a accomplished woodworker. Stroke cabinet maker, the guy was God.
But that's not an interesting subject to me, though, so I wouldn't have watched it.
Yeah, well,
it's not a subject that was relevant to my interests at the time.
You're just, I'm just ashamed.
But show me a video of like a very, very quiet very tiny Japanese gentlemen making a fountain pen or a tiny little wooden thing, and I will sit and watch that for hours because they do it so quietly.
Yeah.
And they're just proper.
Retro Rabbit says Japanese joinery is the work of gods.
Yes, even I know that. I do know that. No nails, and they can build the entire house. If you want to have a chill out night sometime, just do a few YouTube searches for like Japanese craftsmen and Japanese. There's one where a guy's rebinding a book. There's guys making fountain pens and watches, and David Bull's channel, who's like a Japanese woodblock printmaker.
Yeah.
He's not Japanese, but he's one of the leading Japanese, because he lives in Japan. He's lived there for like 40 years.
Yeah.
He's one of Japan's leading and few remaining actual ukiyo-e woodblock printmakers.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he moved over there like 40 odd years ago, and he was learning how to do it from the masters. And he's one of the few remaining woodblock print artists left.
What a shame, though, isn't it? Because, again, it's going to be a skill that is lost.
Yeah. But he's Canadian. That's the best bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's really cool because he's got a really quiet voice. Yeah. And he's quite funny. So, yeah, you'll have an amazing chill-out time if you go and find some Japanese crafts. Unfortunately, sometimes some of the videos are like, they've got some really cheesy 80s music and a crappy American voiceover, and it's like, well, that's killed it. But sometimes it's just like a very quiet music. If the video starts with like a shot of a building in the countryside, like a really rural setting, and there's a little workshop in somebody's back garden, and there's like twinkly music, and you've got like a bush blowing in the breeze, that's usually a sign it's going to be a good, chilling, relaxing video. Whether they're making katanas or fountain pens or pottery, it's usually an old guy who's a master and works very quietly. And the voiceover's often very quiet. Also, I'll tell you what's really relaxing, and it sounds really stupid, but watching a video of a full Japanese tea ceremony.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like the full 35, 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah, where they soak the tea over the teapot. Is that the one?
It's basically, it's kind of, it's basically you just get the tea powder.
Yeah.
And all you do to make the tea is you put the hot water in the thing, you add the powder, you stir it and drink it. That's it. But there's a whole ritual around it. And it's all about like how you enter the room and how the tea master enters the room, and then the tea master makes the drink, makes the tea and presents it, and then there's such a ritual to how it's done that it can last like 45 minutes. And it's fascinating to watch.
Not that I'm going to tempt fate here.
Yeah.
But we've been streaming for 3 hours and 48 minutes.
Don't tempt fate, don't tempt fate, don't tempt fate.
You know what I meant then.
I know exactly what you mean. Shut up. What iceberg? What?
Yeah.
There's not been any icebergs in this. It's really calm.
I know.
Yeah, so yeah, Japanese tea. I wouldn't like to go to a real Japanese tea ceremony because it's such a specific ritual that I wouldn't know what to do, and I'd kill myself in stressing. And also, you have to sit in that crouch position that I can't sit because of my funky knees.
Yeah.
But I'd love to get a Japanese tea set and actually do a tea ceremony, because I've watched quite a few of them, and it's quite simple, but it's really beautiful to watch the routine, the way they just even fold the little napkin.
I think everything the Japanese do is just so beautiful. Yeah. They've just got this way of doing things that is so relaxing.
Well, there's certain things, I can't remember the name of it in Japanese, but one of the thing in Japanese tradition is there's a name for it, and it basically means the beauty of imperfection. And I apologise, I can't remember the word of it, but it means things like, I've not put Mama Fox's iPad in to charge it, that's what it means. It means things like, for example, you might have an old like tea bowl.
Yeah.
That's a bit old and worn, and it's cracked, and it's been cracked and fixed back together and things, or it's got a bit of a chip taken out of it, but you don't throw it away because the imperfections in it make it beautiful in its own way.
Do you watch Forging Iron, Dan? It's all right. He's on about... Yeah, carry on. He's on about Forging Iron.
So in the tea ceremony, for example, one of the rituals is to get the tea bowl and rotate it just very gently, like that in your hand, before you even take a sip.
Yeah.
And it's because the whole point is you're supposed to admire the tea bowl.
Yeah.
And admire its beauty and its natural colours and shapes. And it's like, that's just 20, 30 seconds of just looking at the tea bowl is part of the ritual. It's so mesmerising. And it's all silent, all very, very silent, very quiet.
Yeah.
But the only thing I can't do is the kneeling down sitting position. There's a name for it.
Yeah, I can't
Remember
do
what
that.
it is. No, you don't have to do it apparently, but it's supposed to be. You're supposed to. But I can't do that with my knees. There is a cultural connection to nature and the balance of things in Japan that isn't seen anywhere else. Wabi sabi is the appreciation of the imperfect. That's it. Wabi sabi.
That's it. Yeah.
But yeah, in Japan, the idea is that everything has a spirit.
Yes.
Even inanimate objects, even like a pebble or your
Yeah.
tea bowl, has a sort of inner spirit to it in nature. It's quite a beautiful sort of philosophy.
Well, at the end of the day, it's all made of atoms, isn't it? It all goes back to being in nature anyway, so yeah.
Oh, it's with the tea. Really cold tea.
So they have got a point.
What are we up to? Can't believe I forgot to plug in Mama Fox's iPad, and it could have been charging for the last 2 hours.
Yes. Mind you, it'd still be charged by morning, wouldn't it?
No, it takes forever to charge. I'll have
Oh,
to plug it
really?
in. Yeah, it still lasts all day, but if she's on it all day, it goes down to like 10% by the end of the day from full. So she sits there all day on it. Just if you get a chance, go and find a video on the Japanese tea ceremony, but make sure it's a long one. And not necessarily an instructional one. There's a few where it's just the guy doing it for 20 minutes with no discussion. And it's just mesmerising. Even just things like the way they fold the little napkin thing.
Yeah.
They kind of go, and it's there's a routine, a ritual to doing that. It's amazing. I love it.
They've got such a positive way of doing things out there, haven't they? It's... Yeah.
There's nothing more mesmerising than watching a Japanese craftsman doing something very delicate and fine that nobody else could do. I mean, you watch like a Japanese model maker painting the tiniest of details.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah, these guys...
And you're like...
yeah.
And you're like, they can sit there and... You know, like, for example, a Japanese model maker, if there were no rivets on this, they would sit there and make every single rivet individually and then attach them all. And they'd just be doing it so quietly and patiently.
Yeah.
I'd be pulling my hair out after, like, doing 5 of them.
Yeah.
But they'd sit there and they'd make the rivets from scratch.
Yeah.
I watched a Japanese model maker. He had a perfect grade Zaku, and it had like 100 of the little Zaku beads, the little plastic tubes that go on the outside of all the pipes.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they're like almost like little Lego tube shapes, little Lego studs. And he was taking every single one, putting it onto a hand drill.
Yeah.
And he was putting it on some sandpaper and stuff to jam it into place. That would take him 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then he'd put it on a really low speed and then sand the nub off.
Oh, wow.
And he'd be like, shh, and he'd get it perfect, then he'd take it off and he'd do the next one. And it'd take him like 10 minutes per beat, and I'd be like, good God, no. It took him 5 minutes just to mount the bead on the drill bit. It's insane.
It'd get on well with siding.
Oh God, yeah. Some of the skilled Gumpler builders you see are just insane.
Oh, it's totally, different world, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I must admit, yeah. Kind of scares you, doesn't it? It's like, holy moly, that is just insane.
Yeah. Well, it does give an explanation as to why things like some of the Bandai kits have such technical perfection. It's because that's just what the Japanese are.
Yeah.
That's why you'd never get anything like a perfect grade Millennium Falcon from Revell, because the Revell just aren't. They don't have that ethic.
No.
Like the Japanese. Ooh, falafel. Ooh, that was a falafel burp. Look, Colin, look. Oh, dirty, great,
Oh,
big,
look at
filthy tubes. Ooh.
That is, yeah.
The size of that supercharger. Oh, I'm burping at the same time. Oh, it's got exhaust behind. Oh.
Of course, I'll tell you something. You don't get many of them tubes to the pound.
You want to actually put like 4 of those superchargers in a stack, don't you, really?
You do.
Good God.
How cool would that be?
Dom Toretto's feeling a bit impotent when he sees that. Big, dirty, great big manifolds.
Especially if you're someone like me building a Wazbom Roadster.
Yeah. Secret revealed.
Yeah, that's pretty...
Rabbit says, I recently watched a 2-hour documentary on how a small Japanese town moved a cherry tree to the other side of the road so they could expand an apartment complex.
Oh, how cool.
Well, they love their cherry trees.
Yeah.
Doodle-doo-doo, with the periscope so the pilot could see. Not the cherry tree, the plane with the extra superchargers. Is it a supercharger or an air intake? It's a supercharger, isn't it?
Supercharger is below the air intake. The thing with the holes in the front on Dom Toretto's car with the butterflies, that's the air intake. Below that, with the big pulley and the belt going round it, is the supercharger.
So what would that be on there then, with all the exhaust coming out of it? Theoretically, what would that most likely be?
That would be a supercharger because it's sucking the air in through the air intake at the front. Supercharger will probably be mounted below that and spinning around.
So what would these tubes be doing?
They would be sending fuel into the jet engine.
Ooh.
Or air, should I say, into the jet engine. But it's
cool.
But it's basically boosted because there's probably a turbine in there.
In fact, it's probably just a bag of bolts and a hammer and half a squig.
It's probably spinning at 111 to 12 million miles an hour.
It's probably just like whatever random bits of metal they found, they've just jammed them into a box and called it an engine, and there you go, it works.
Them pipes are going to give it epic thrust.
Oh.
Whoa.
Dirty, great big pipes. My eyes won't stop watering.
I wonder why.
Stop watering. It's almost like I've been sat smoking for like 5 hours. And I've got itchy eyes. But
I know.
I no smoke.
I couldn't smoke again.
No.
Been that long now, it's like...
No, I couldn't. It tastes like Ming.
Isn't it weird, isn't it, how it changes? Because, you couldn't go without a fag, could you?
Can't go back.
No.
You said the F word, there goes your monetisation.
Oh, mate, if they take that away just for saying that... Yeah, at the end of the day, it's what it's called at the end of the day.
I know, it's derogative use.
Yeah, well...
That they try and don't like, which makes sense.
If they take monetisation for 19 views, at the end of the day, that YouTube can stick it.
It's a bit like using the N-word, I suppose, into them. Being Americans.
Yeah, but you know full well I'm saying it in the context of a
cigarette. I know what you're saying, but...
I haven't got an homophobic bone in my body, mate.
Yeah,
so don't dare pull that one on me. Bloody hell.
No, I'm saying that's what YouTube see that word as...
Well, then they need to be educated as well, then, don't they?
Yes. It's like, what do brains make that taste really nice?
Exactly.
What do you put under a fire to light a fire?
Exactly.
Yeah. Americans, I don't know.
Exactly.
What parts do I want? I want 21.
Exactly.
And apparently 21 as well. Okay. 21 and what? Just 21? Have I got more than 121?
Possibly. How many 21s do you want? Holding tomatoes in, says I, Colin Fox, and everyone in chat. Hello, Paul. How you doing, mate?
Hello.
Hope you're all right, mate. And Mrs. Paul's all right.
All right. 21 and...
a bit.
36.
Is everyone saying hello, Paul?
No, it's 36, the one I pulled off the sprue earlier on. Quite possibly.
Who knows?
No, it's not. Ha-ha. Ha-ha.
Oh, are you been special?
No.
Some of these are in there like that.
21 and 36, which go together like that, you see. How does that even begin to what?
Like that, he says. Not like that, but like that.
Well, that's tenuous. Okay, we'll see how that goes.
Oh, is it being really special now, is it?
No, it's like glue this to that, but it's just a simple flat surface to join them together, really. But it'll be fine. It will be fine. That's not a knob, that's a connection point. Just remember that.
Absolutely.
Oh, itchy eyes.
Eyes of itchiness. Did you get hay fever then, or?
No. No. Just get itchy eyes sometimes. I've probably just been doing too much looking at things.
Yeah. Just a man of a certain age, and you fall in a bits, that's what it is.
I'm saying nothing.
Ah,
I'm
there
sure
he
you'll
goes.
let me know
Dawn
what
is
it's
in
like.
bed, he says, I'm okay, slowly getting ready for bed as well. Happy days.
Getting ready for bed, i.e. drinking gin.
Yeah.
Yes, I had a delightful little bottle of Peroni today, and it was just like being at a cheap Italian restaurant.
Oh, really?
I'm not a fizzy lager guy, but I quite like a bottle of Peroni because it's if you go to a cheap Italian restaurant, you basically get Peroni.
Yeah.
Or Carlsberg if you get a beer with your dinner.
Oh, right.
And it's sweet, inoffensive Italian fizzy lager beer, but it's inoffensive. It's not the kind of beer you drink in a pub. It's just a little tiny bottle. So it's restaurant beer, which you get a pass. Really. So I quite like it. Goes well with a curry or with a...
Yeah.
Not a curry. Goes well with an Italian, obviously. Or in this case, Lebanese, bizarrely.
Yeah, you had a bit of Lebanese, didn't you?
Oh. Turning Lebanese, I think I'm turning Lebanese, I really think so. Do.
Oh, the vapours.
Beg your pardon?
The vapours, wasn't it?
No, I'm just old, you said.
No, the record.
I don't know. I never actually knew who did that song. I never heard of the Vapors. It's one of those songs that everybody knows, but nobody will be able... If you ask anybody who it's by, they'll be like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
That must really suck, you know. To know you wrote a song that most people will know straight away, but they'll never know who wrote it. The band won't be remembered.
Yeah, I'm
It's like...
sure it was them.
It's like, imagine being like Noddy Holder if everybody in Britain knew...
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody, but nobody can remember who the band was that did it. It's like that. That'd just be annoying if you're a musician.
Yeah, but it's not Christmas until Noddy Holder says it is.
No. And the thing is, in the 70s, there was that tradition of happy songs that had sad tunes.
Yeah.
Which are very mesmerising. Save All Your Kisses for Me is such a sad... Oh, hello. Hang on. Shh. That was 2 hours.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll do that in a sec.
Yeah, Save All Your Kisses for Me was such a sad, melancholy tune.
Yeah.
And yet, it was a happy song. It's very strange.
Brother of the Man, wasn't it?
Don't know, it was a Eurovision one though, wasn't it?
Yeah, Brother of the Man. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've always liked that song. I like the tune. That was one of those songs, in my mind, there's a small handful of songs that are so distinctive, they can't possibly have been written by human beings.
Yeah, classic 3-minute pop song, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, no, not even that. It's not. Because it's got such a weird melancholy structure to it. It's beyond something that a human could have composed. I can't really explain it in words, but it's things like something like that, and Life on Mars, and the other what's it called, Space Oddity, and Bohemian Rhapsody are like songs that surely can't have been composed by a human being because they're beyond a song.
Yeah.
I can't really explain it in words.
Yeah,
There are some things that they just are. It's like nobody ever wrote that. They just are. Nobody was the genius enough to write things like that. David Bowie, what a genius.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah. Absolute chameleon, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Life on Mars, what a great song.
Yeah.
Again, lots of melancholy chord progressions and stuff in Bowie's music, which makes it so... In an era when lots of pop songs were chord, verse, chorus, verse, chorus, verse, there you go, done.
Yeah, my youngest lad is pretty much getting close to having the entire Bowie catalogue on vinyl. He says a couple of rare bits that he needs to get, but he'll get them. Got an inner determination.
Got life on Mars in my head now.
I know.
Yeah, there's just something about, not all of his songs, but some of them that were just, they were so, yeah, they just weren't the formulaic type songs of the time, which were either rock, glam.
Yeah.
At the time, music was either rock, glam, or kind of punk.
Yes.
Or anything beyond that was really kind of unusual.
Yeah.
So things like Bowie, or Bowie, whichever you prefer,
Yeah.
were kind of, they weren't that structure and format. That's what
Well,
made
when he
them stand
killed
out.
off Ziggy and went to Berlin, everyone was like, shame. And it's like, yeah, but he had to evolve because it was done to death, wasn't it? He had outgrown it.
I don't actually know anything about his what he did. I just know the songs.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Ziggy actually is. I thought it was just a song.
Yeah.
Was it a character that he played?
It was a character.
I didn't know that, you see.
Yeah, Ziggy was a character that was him on stage as with the orange hair and all of that.
See, I didn't know that. I just know the songs.
Yeah, and obviously the stories were all Ziggy's adventures almost, you know, and it came a point where the character had served its purpose almost, you know, and he had to evolve.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Doobie doobie. I can't sing it. I'll be in trouble if I do.
Classic stuff.
Right, I shall build this tailplane, and I think I'm spent at that point.
No worries. I mean, Bowie was Marmite, wasn't he? People either liked him or they didn't. I thought he was a musical genius. I really did.
I would agree. Can I just give you some shocking news?
Yeah.
There's actually flash on the sprue.
No.
There's look.
Oh.
There's some flash there. Oh no, that's not flash.
Send it back.
I think I demand an entire refund for every Games Workshop kit I've ever bought. I just need all of it refunded now. How very dare they? Ooh. I wonder why that was uncomfortable. I've got my driving licence in my pocket.
Paul D. Tomaso's like me. He's got no interest in drinking alcohol anymore. No, it's...
I rarely drink, to be honest. I might occasionally have a beer with my dinner, and that's about it. Like, once every 2 or 3 months, I might have a bottle of beer. Sometimes I might, you know, like when I got the food tonight, I got a couple of bottles of only little bottles of the Peroni, just one for me and one for my Fox, just as a treat.
Hey mate, no,
but I'm long past going out to the pub and stuff with my mates.
With me, it's just not conducive with me meds. It's that simple.
Well, no,
and
no choice now, have you really?
At the end of the day, I'd rather take me meds.
Well, yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm sure in my future there'll be the occasional visit to the pub to meet my friends, and that'll just be for a few hours. Because most of them have got kids now anyway.
But before all of that, I was a Jack Daniels, neat, Navy rum neat, and that was it pretty much. Real ale would be the only pint I'd ever have.
Well, we had this conversation of the week, wasn't it? That I was, you know, I never used to go out to get drunk. I used to go out to spend time with my friends. The fact we were drinking beer because we're in a pub, so I wouldn't go out to get trolleyed. I might occasionally get trolleyed, but most of the time it's just a few pints in the pub with your mates. It's more important that you're with your mates than anything else.
Yeah.
I used to be walking up to the pub and I'd be thinking more about the crisps and snacks I was going to eat than the actual beer I was going to drink.
Yeah. After you'd been to the restaurant for a meal, you'd step outside with a brandy and a cigar.
A bit civilised.
Yeah, no, but it's one thing I never did when I smoked, even when it was legal. I never smoked in a restaurant or a pub. I'd always go outside because I always had the impression of there's going to be someone that doesn't smoke, that doesn't want to breathe it in. So,
to my shame, I used to sit in the pub having cigarettes. There's a few of us in the group that smoked and a few of us didn't, but
no,
it was like those that didn't never used to complain about it, and we just kind of...
Yeah, I had... Obviously, I'd smoke in the man cave, but that was with the door open. This was the only room I'd smoke in the house. I wouldn't smoke in anyone's car. Even if they was a smoker, I still wouldn't smoke in their car, you know. It was just how it was. Don't know why I was that way, but
You're polite. Ooh, steady now.
just didn't seem right.
No, I feel back with quite some shame, really, that used to sit in the pub with me and my friends, and those of us who smoked just used to sit there smoking, and the others, of course, didn't smoke. But see, they never complained about it. So
Because they was being polite, probably.
no, because I mean, my mates would have just said, "You just go outside. It stinks horrible." But no, they never did.
No. No, it was one of them. You know, I just... Yeah.
But I'd never, if I was with someone and I knew they didn't like smoking, then I wouldn't have smoked. If I was in someone's house and they didn't smoke, I would never smoke in someone's house if they were
God, no.
smokers. Never. I'd always go outside.
You know, I used to say to them, all right, if I just go and stand out the front, and they go, why? Just, I'll get you an ashtray. And they go, no, because, it's not
I mean,
right.
if I was in a house and it was a smoker's house, I'd say, I'm all right smoking here. They'd be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But if it was a non-smoker's house, or they had kids or whatever, I'd just go outside. I'd never smoke around children.
You know, they would politely bring in a saucer as the ashtray, and you're like, you don't smoke. No. Then I'm not smoking in here. I'll be back in a minute. And off I'd go. And
It's funny, I used to visit some people that, they were friends, but they had kids, and it was like, I don't particularly like children, so I'm like, really? And so I was like, any excuse I could get to just go outside for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because they're the kind of people that they'd just go on about their children all the time. It'd be like, I don't actually care,
Yeah.
And in fact, I can't really.
There are there are parents out there that when they become parents, they think that they're the only people in the world that are parents.
Yeah. So it's like, so I'd be like, I'd be smoking like 300 cigarettes while I was visiting them, because I'd be like, I need to go outside every 5 minutes to get away from A, the children, and B, them talking about their children.
Me and H used to have a name for them type of people, parent zillas.
Yeah.
Because they honestly thought that it was only them that had fathered and mothered a child, and it's like,
Yeah. It's like, I had friends that say to me, I know you don't like kids, so when I have kids, don't worry, you just come around when they've gone to bed. I'm not going to go on about them all the time. It will be off the table, we won't discuss it, but then I'd go around, they'd be like, kids, I'd be like, I'm bored now, bye.
Yeah.
I have no interest in your children, thank you. I'm sure they're lovely. I'm sure you're very proud.
Absolutely. I mean, I never regretted having kids, and but I certainly didn't ram it down everyone's face. It's like,
no.
that my kids, it's like we didn't do the whole look after the kids, we want to go out bit. It's like we chose to have children, and our social life will continue when the kids are at an age where,
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we dealt with it.
We chose to have children, and now we will pay the price.
God, bloody hell.
We'll suffer the consequences. Yes. I wouldn't have kids.
I say that tongue in cheek. I could not wish to meet two nicer blokes. They really are lovely fellas.
Yeah.
And
when they were like 3 years old and screaming and pooping everywhere, they probably weren't
they was
lovely,
little gits, don't get me wrong, when they was growing up, but they have turned into be two really nice, well-grounded fellas, and that kind of makes me proud, because at their age I was a bar steward,
Yes.
And, they could have turned out completely differently, so I count me blessings.
That's one thing I will never inflict upon the world. Offspring. No interest in that at all.
I think if I was the age that we decided to start a family now, I don't think I would choose to have children. That's no disrespect to my boys. I love them both dearly. It's just, I don't think it's a particularly nice world.
No.
So I wouldn't want them, I wouldn't want to bring a young baby into the world nowadays.
No. I mean, I wouldn't want kids because, I don't like kids, and B, I'd be a terrible father. I'm far too selfish. So, no. I've glued on the tail planes.
Oh, good man.
They appear to be relatively symmetrical, and straight.
I'm so proud of you. I am so very, very proud of you. Oh, that sounded like supercharger farting.
Hey, you know what? It's like it's Windermere. It's the bluebird.
I see,
You see what I did there? You see what I did there? It is like a bluebird.
I am so proud of you.
Moving on.
You don't get out much, do you?
I don't go outside. I'm not allowed.
Yeah, if you've got the same bit of paper that I've got, please stay indoors.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to go outside the door. There's a man outside that pushes me back in and tells me I'm falling.
Yeah, there's a wife that says to me, "Where do you think you're going?" I was going out. Don't be so bloody daft, she says. All right, love. I'll go back in. All right.
Big swig of water. Whee!
Iron Man says, proud daddy moment there. Haha. I am, mate. I really am. You know, it was a challenge. Don't get me wrong. You know, they had certain attributes that they went through. We all did at teenagers, but they're in there. One's 27 and one's 29, and they're nice blokes. They really are. I'm, you know, I think any of you would be
You brought
proud,
them up well.
yeah, would be proud to go and have a beer with them. I really do. And
I hope I can meet them one day.
yeah,
Paul Di Tommaso asks the, well, I wouldn't say dumbest question, but most pointless question, which is, of course, Fox, if they made a maple syrup flavoured beer, would you want to drink it? It's beer, and it tastes like maple syrup. Put it into my face.
oh yeah, all your
There
face.
is nothing about beer or maple syrup that would make me not want to drink it. I love maple syrup and I love beer. So you have to remember, in my mind, I am a Canadian. Really,
Yes.
I'm an accidental not Canadian. That's what I built so far, folks.
And there is one of them countries that I haven't been to that I yearn to go to.
I know, it's weird. Only a few things in life I yearn for. Going to New Zealand and going to Canada is one of them, two of them.
Not New Zealand as well, really. Now that's
I'd love to
weird.
go to New Zealand. I'd love to go to New Zealand because it's the closest I can get to Australia without having the risk of being killed by everything on the land, on the surface of the land.
Yeah, the only thing that can kill you in New Zealand's the mongrel mob.
Yeah, it's like I'd love to go to Australia, but every single living organism that isn't a human would make me want to pull my face off. So I'd rather go to New Zealand because there's only like 5 people that live there.
It's a beautiful country.
Rabbit says, I haven't seen some friends in person in over 7 years because of their kids. I can't stand kids. I really can't stand kids.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but I can't.
Well, we're at the age now, me and my missus, where mates of ours, and especially like nieces and nephews that have got kids, yeah, we can just hand them back and go, yeah, you can be getting on with that screaming little brat machine because, yeah.
The thing for me is, it's just like, I don't know, it's just, for somebody that makes toy soldiers for a living, it's a bit weird that I don't understand children, but I don't. It's like for so many years they're just annoying, selfish little things that take up your time and give you a headache, and then after that they just spend all your money. And
Yeah. They go to bed at 12, loving everything you do, and they wake up at 13 and go, I hate you. Yeah, all right.
Yep.
Yeah, I was 13 once, mate. I had a Mohican when I was your age, and I dyed it pink. So yeah, you're not going to shock me, mate.
Yep.
That was my youngest. He did anything and everything he could for shock value. He had no fear, just like me. The amount of broken bones he had and all of that lot, you know, he was always burning the candle at both ends. And yet now he's the most laid back, placid thing that you could imagine. He's gone, all of that, you know.
No, I'm sure I was a nightmare child, selfish and...
Yeah. He'd come in and he had this fluorescent yellow mohawk, right? And he ambled in and he stood there and he went, what do you reckon of this then? I said, actually, I like that. It looks all right. And you could just see the deflation in him as it was like,
he's like, oh,
that didn't work. And I went, you're trying to shock me. It's not going to work, mate.
It's like when I got my first tattoos.
Yeah.
And I came in and showed Mum and Dad, and they were like, "Oh, they're nice."
Yeah.
And then she said, "Go and show Auntie Joan next door." And Auntie Joan next door was the 80-year-old lady who was our next door neighbour.
Yeah.
And we called her Auntie Joan, but she was like, this is like 25, 30 years ago, she was like in her 80s, and she was the lovely old lady next door.
Yeah.
And she went, "Oh, they're very nice."
Oh, yeah. I mean, both
like,
my
damn it,
boys,
I
they've
can't
got,
shock anybody.
yeah, they've got Chinese sleeves, you know, the leg tattoos and all, you know, they're the same.
I should get some more, actually.
They're the same as me, you know, it's just one of them, you know. It's
Yeah.
And I never tried to dissuade them, you know. I mean, when it came to smoking, you know, I'd prefer you didn't, but I'm not going to stop you. My eldest boy's never smoked. My youngest smoked. I'd stopped when he was 19. He just didn't fancy doing it anymore because he was allowed to do it in the house because he was old enough.
Yeah.
So the shock value had gone, hadn't it? And he was like, actually, this isn't doing me any good. And since then, he's got asthma anyway now, so...
No. Yes.
But no,
Anyway, I think I'm spent.
perfect.
What do you reckon so far?
I'm loving that. I'm going to put you on the full screen so people can
Oh, there's
see
no
what we're
point.
up
It's
to.
just that so far.
There's
I've
almost-
not glued the cockpit in, and the pilot, that bit, and
Yeah.
the cockpit isn't glued. They'll stay out for painting later. Everything else is glued
There's
together.
always a point in putting you full screen because it makes you squirm.
It don't make me squirm at all, but you know, hey. But no, if you've not built one of these, it is a great kit.
Oh, yeah.
Just for the sake of it, it's easy to build. If you've got to do any cleanup for bits and mould lines, just get some plastic card on it because it's orc anyway and doesn't really matter. And it's always fun to paint as well.
You've got to grab one of them. All I've done,
Yeah.
I've done a bit of paintularity, bit of copper, bit of retributor, bit of lead belcher the base on this.
Painting already?
Yeah, and I haven't done the body yet because I've got a rattle can of lead belcher somewhere, but also I want to make all my modifications on this bad build before I lay any paint down.
Have you been spraying paint with an airbrush without wearing a mask?
Yeah.
Oh. I've got to be honest, you know, I never know on those orc wheels which bits are supposed to be tyre and which bits are supposed to be metal, or if they're all supposed to be metal, if they're all... I've never
Yeah,
quite
you've
figured
got
them
these
out.
bits that are riveted that stretch over with the spikes on their little plates.
Yeah.
I tend to examine the wheel looking at where these actually go. That goes straight across the tread to the other side with a rivet. So that's a metal plate, whereas underneath it is the tyre.
Yeah, I've never been quite sure which bit is what on those tyres. They're really
Yeah, all I tend to paint black is the actual recesses, if that makes sense. But
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely. Dan Kramer says that looks cool even without the wings about my plane thing. It does.
There
It
you
isn't
go.
nice. If you do it that way up, but Colin will tell you more about that in the future. I shall say no more about that. I shall say no more about that.
Which way up? Because I still didn't have you on screen.
Nothing. Just like that. Like that. way up.
Yeah. There
But
are.
I'm not going to say any more about that.
Yeah, I will start that shortly because it's garnered a bit of interest already. 'Cause
Well, you'll have completely finished that truck in about 2 weeks. So
well, hopefully I have all my Greebles box in here for the next one. When's the next one? Sunday, so I'll have a route round. And get
I
my
think I'm
Greebles
still
box.
building this on Sunday, aren't I?
I don't know.
Pretty soon I'm going to run out of shit to build on Warhammer Sunday. That's going to be tricky.
Yeah, I've got that. I've got my big Citadel box there of things to paint yet, so I can always dig something out, do a bit of painting, slow me buildy down. So
Yeah, I think I'm starting to think maybe when it comes to Warhammer Sunday, it might end up with like painting.
yeah, I mean I'd
Or-
done that purely and simply because I didn't have my Citadel box in here of painty goodness, but I've since located that. So
I'm thinking, excuse me. I'm thinking it might be safe to paint orc things on the live streams because it's orcs. If I make a mess of something, it doesn't matter.
yeah, absolutely.
Rather than try and paint something that needs to be neat.
Oh bloody hell, yeah!
Yeah.
I'd never be able to paint online otherwise because that's the beauty of Orc.
That's the beauty of orc.
But no, I'll have a dig out because I'm at that stage with that one where I've got to do a bit of scratch building and greeble hunting. So
Rabbit says the truck needs those springy poles like in Mad Max Fury Road.
good shout,
Edward
brilliant
Lennon
shout.
Edward Dennis says, don't glue that to the wheels until you get the squig off.
Yeah.
He says you can probably double them for the howder.
Mm.
Also an orc with a chrome smile. Hee hee, so shiny. No chrome. Witness me.
Absolutely.
Well, you've got, on one of the orc vehicles, you've got the little grot stuck on the front of one of them, haven't you? In a very Mad Max style.
Yeah, that is.
Is that on the Boomdacker Snazwagon?
Yeah, that's in the box outside still.
Yeah, don't get it out.
Yeah, it's in the Boomdacker Snazwagon, mate. Yeah. Because that's where the booster blaster is as well. That's all packed away with Insane Blade. So I've got all that lot to come in yet. Insane Blade. Oh, mate.
I started painting my Megatrack Scrapjet.
Oh, right, yeah.
But as soon as I started painting it, I just lost the will to live with it. I'm like, I've lost interest in it.
I've
never done that before.
Go on.
I was going to say, I've never done that before. I start painting something and instantly go, I'm not enjoying this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to just strip it and start again. I only got like a base coat down, but it's like I just suddenly lost interest. Instantly, I'm like, wow, this has never happened before.
I've really missed sitting here looking at the Insane Blade.
Have you?
Because it's missing in it, and it's only in its base coat, for crying out loud. But
well, come on, it does take up 2/3 of your room, so it's only fair to be missing it when you're not there.
It's one of them. I got so used to just having it right next to me here. It's just like, yeah, I'm kind of missing the Insane Blade at the moment.
It's the modern version of the 1970s enormous Swiss cheese plant that takes up 2/3 of the room.
Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare when it starts.
It's like
painting it. I've got to start it this year, I think.
It's like 40 years ago, you go to Habitat and buy a Swiss cheese plant. Nowadays, you have your Insane Blade in the corner. Serves the same purpose.
Absolutely.
Fills the corner and leaves somewhere for the spiders to hide.
I could do a bit of X-Wing, couldn't I, on Saturday, Sunday? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I fancy doing.
You could Dettol it.
No, I'm not going to bring
Dettol
Dettol
on
in
live
here.
stream. That'd be really boring.
You've been itching for me to Dettol that, haven't you?
No.
So, yeah, but I'd lose my
I have no requirements for your projects.
I'd lose my spiral then.
Ah, you'd have to redo it.
Yeah, I know.
But then you get to paint it twice then.
Yeah, but it's an X-Wing.
It's a very nice spiral.
You're a spiral.
You're made of spirals. What are you going to have for the droid in the X-Wing, though?
I honestly don't know yet.
Because there's some sort of equivalent to an astromech droid.
Yeah, because at the moment it's got some kind of weird thing sat on there that I'm not really fond of. I don't know what I've got in the turret at my arse. Oh, it's just a gun. Yeah, I could modify that, put something in its arris there. That's a point. What shouldn't be there? I could put a big ass rear gunner in there, couldn't I?
I shall leave it to your imagination.
Yeah.
I mean, there is that little bubble, that gun, the gunner bubble.
Yeah.
So that's that potential there for something. But what?
Yeah, for some reason I didn't use that on this, and I don't know why.
Because you were doing the blaster jet, perhaps, with the...
Yeah.
Have you got the guy with the cables coming out the back of his head?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. I didn't really want to do that, but that's what I've done on this one.
Yeah.
You did the big shield generator, didn't you?
That was it, yeah. Yeah, that could go. We'll see. We'll see what we can come up with. But, yeah, it's going to be an X-Wing, which I'm quite pleased with how one side's come out.
I think you find it already is an X-Wing.
You know,
well, at the moment, it's a V-Wing.
It's half of one, isn't it? It's like, yeah.
It's a V-Wing.
So, yeah.
It's more like, you know what it's more like? It's more like a Star Fury.
Yeah, it's got
that kind of Star Fury look, because the wing's at the front, not the back. It's more of a Star Fury, Babylon 5 Star Fury. Is it a Star Fury?
I don't know, I've not watched Babylon 5, mate.
No, I just know the ships.
Yeah.
A grot with a dome hat and one eye. Or a grot with a trash can on his head. a grot with a colander on his head.
Oh.
I don't know how you 3D print a tiny colander, but... Paul
Sure.
DiTomaso's off to bed, folks. Take care, all, everyone. See you next time.
Yeah, see you later, Paul. We're coming off air now anyway, mate. Oh, yeah, let's put that back on the shelf because I'll end up starting to fettle. So, yeah. So, yeah, folks, massive thanks to you all for coming in and keeping us us two company again for our short Friday Frolic show.
Ooh, burpage, excuse me. Thank you, Childers.
I'll see you back on Sunday with Dave for our Sunday show. And we'll see you in the afternoon with Fox for a Warhammer Sunday.
I might, maybe, possibly, maybe try streaming something tomorrow afternoon, but I don't know yet.
Yeah, see how you go, mate, innit?
Yeah, so make sure you subscribe to my channel so you can see. I might do a Cyberpunk stream tomorrow.
Oh,
maybe we'll see. But it'll be last minute.
Yeah, absolutely. So look out for that, folks. Ring the bell, like and subscribe to all the channels and the usual. And we will see you for the next one.
Yep. Take care, everybody.
Bye bye for now.
Adios, amoebas. I don't mean like and subscribe.